fall to that, not only we jubilated because Nkrumah was taken out, but if we didn't understand what Nkrumah was doing, and that's why we did that. The question is, how did Singaporeans understand what Lee Kuan Yew was doing, and they supported him and stood against Malaysia or any other countries that threatened them, including India and so on. So I think we have to admit that over time, we probably had the ability to do what Malaysia has done. But the external confrontations, interference, our own coup d'etats that didn't really transform economies and so on. So there's a share of it we should take and say, look, we've caused this mess. Nkrumah had a vision to do it. He tried to unify when he said he thought that these divisions that had occurred, ethnic, religious, whatever, but you also had it as ideological. Those who said, Singapore was able to deal with those very quickly and get a nation around a unified idea, and nobody can infiltrate and do that. But we've always had foreign interests, and from slave trade to now, and even before the slave trade, they have been there. Our historical antecedents differ from them. But if we had united, can you imagine if we had come together as Ghana, clearly understanding our history, agreeing to work together and not letting in the divisions that, came through ourselves because we were divided and so on? Couldn't we have become Singapore? So I think we have to look within and without, but global interest is too strong, and we have opened ourselves to be manipulated and used by powers with diverse interests.
Akwete, you and I are conversing on these things, and leadership is going to benefit from not just these conversations, but the contribution of the intellectual who has the time to analyze, study these things, and make available the implications of actions and situations to the leadership. Is the African intellectual, is the Ghanaian intellectual, is the Nigerian intellectual, considering these things, considering the situation Africa has found itself, and making its contribution to its leadership, be able to get out of it? Or is Africa dead in this mire?
Africa is not there.
Because that's a mire.
No, you see, Singapore didn't set out to build a socialist system, although China is there.
Next door.
Right, next door. But if you look at the dynamics then of Hong Kong, the British controlled it, but China initially was looking inward, its revolutions, and then it decided that, hey, we should trade. But it had trained people, they had certain convergence between leaders, and they had strategy. And their trade turned out well. They got into the global market, and so on and so forth. So a group of people within China, leaders, found a strategy that will counter what was a threat to them. But at the same time, also found a strategy to say, we will pursue this, but we will also engage you constructively. And they were able to do that, and we've seen the difference. Okay, maybe we cannot blame everything on others, and if you're going to blame everything on others, then we are ready.
That's why I'm asking you this question. Our thinkers, what are they doing?
Our thinkers, it's not that we lack them, but we've not been always friendly with thinkers. Okay, yes, and whether it's in Nkrumah's time, whether it's others are more good at exploiting these divisions amongst ourselves, which occurs everywhere. We can't even build consensus on how to strengthen our take local government. Okay, people are saying, hey, it's not going well. The young ones are saying, hey, democracy means nothing, let's get this. And they still simply want to solve their material conditions, improve their living conditions, and so on. So when this has come up, the question that I sometimes ask is that maybe those who colonized us, okay, contributed and, deepen internal division, even though we are together.
Did they also remove our thought?
Pardon?
Did they remove our thought, our capacity to think?
No, they didn't, but it's the way they colonize us and also try to get others on their side and divide. You see, they colonized and they divided atrociously and so on. To what extent was that what happened in other parts of the world, in India and so on? The Indians at some point were able to fight back and to build and rebuild. They are the global tech leaders today in terms of even personnel, those who are leading American things and so on. I think we should look within and see the challenges and what we have caused ourselves and how we can change it. But let us also admit that our country and its resources and so on are known to more powerful agencies who use this. This is the market, they get the cheapest thing, and they are not going to create the space. So it's a question of saying, can Nigeria on its own solve this challenge? Its interdependence on this and that and so on. Or when people talk about ECOWAS, what are they aiming at? And how did we try to build that solidarity, that cohesion? And that would help us. It's taken us a long time, seeing that many countries have emerged in these similar situations. And we've been talking about it.
We've been discussing Africa.
So Aluta continue.
I don't want this Aluta to continue because there's another fight about to happen, which I want to draw your attention to. We're talking about reparation. We're talking about a Trump policy. We're talking about no more AIDS and therefore how will Africa. And the last question I asked you was how we get out of this mire. But there is another mire looming, if you don't mind my saying so.
Yes.
Colonial experience and its challenges, slavery and its challenges. Now the new locust in Africa is China. African heads of state are beginning their conference in Addis Ababa Friday, Saturday, in a building, the AU House, built, furnished, and given for free by China. China is now all over Africa giving assistance, giving loans. Will a day not come when you and I will sit down here to talk about reparation from China because of all the harm it has done to our economy and all the exploitation?
China, in spite of its internal differences.
By the way, China is building a ECOWAS secretariat in Abuja.
Okay, China, in spite of its differences, decided to be one nation. And even those days they were discussing it amongst the elites, there were fights. Okay, some prison, some brutally. But China at some point had leaders who emerged and said, guys, let's stop this fighting, this brutality and so on. What brings in money? Markets. Can we deliver manufactured goods and so on that we can sell? Call it capitalism, but is this something that we can do to also get these things and so on? There has been a time that probably they have not shied away from learning from other countries and adopting it to bring change. They have a huge market, even if they don't sell with the world and so on. So you find out that leaders and leaderships are not always ideological. No. There are times they take the step to say, what they're doing is good. Let's find out a bit more. And once we find a bit more, we are confident we have bigger populations and so on. And we can also befriend them, but go through that. I think it calls for some level of sophistication in the strategies we adopt, responsiveness to the changing times, technology and other things that are coming our way, and be able to define our vision, okay, and aspirations within what is increasingly becoming.
But should African nations be wary of China?
Africa is not a monolithic.
Should African countries be wary of China?
I think to the extent that we have not truly prepared ourselves from the understanding we have of China and what it does to engage them in a way that says we are either mutually benefiting or we are not accepting this. Because China clearly has shown there is a lot it needs from Africa. It has a certain dependency on what we have. That's why it's befriending us in various ways and so on and so forth. Have we defined ours? Could that be the basis on which we could say, China, if you will not allow us to do this, given what you want to do here in your country, then let's renegotiate. And has Africa come together to do this? I think we can go on and on. It's leadership and wisdom that has turned China around, because the Cultural Revolution was killing, destroying, retarding their progress. And then they decided that, okay, let's concede. They are leading us, going ahead of us. But why can't we also get into that and play by their own rules so that we have peace and transform our country? At some point, we would have the technology, or ours would be different. And we would have them. You see, they have a certain strong philosophical underpinning that enabled them to work with their enemy without losing.
Why don't we have it?
We have to work at it. We don't have it because everybody would talk to you about, the infiltration. Why could Koreans, and this is something I also felt and learned about Koreans in the 1997 crisis, financial crisis. Initially, the Koreans went to the IMF, World Bank, and what they were to be given and how they would pay it back and so on, they felt this will not work in our best interest. It became a question of what do we do? Okay, how do we change this? The Koreans in a nationalism, love for country, okay, and strong leaders who emerged and said, this is where we're going, and they took them through and so on and so forth. So Korea then appealed to its citizens. The loans interest too high, it's not going to solve the problem. But if only we can all contribute whatever you have, earrings, necklace, whatever, those who have cash and so on, and you can contribute and give us, it will give us enough money to come out of this conditional. And we would use this. That's how Korea got out of it.
Korea got out of it. I did not know whether Africa will ever get out of it.
Do
you think we can get out of it?
Invariably, all the countries that have broken through have strong leaders. That is the fact. I think ethnicity, I don't know if religion is also doing that, but I think we've been too slow. And we can't blame anybody.
No, I can blame something. Do you think that democracy in Africa will ever allow these strong leaders to emerge?
Of course.
These strong, reasoning leaders to emerge?
Yes. Yes.
You have confidence in democracy?
Yes. I have confidence in democracy that empowers people to choose their leaders. The people who choose their leaders cannot tell our leaders how they should work together or develop technology and have a sense, but the leaders work together. In our case, we exclude. We have very strong penchant for excluding our own selves. Talk to the Indians, in spite of whatever divisions relate and so on, they work together. And you can't touch the scientists. Every protection is given to them. They even have universities for just postgraduate things and so on. And they have a sense of, India is divided. You know, the Muslims and the Sikhs and this and, and Christians and all that. But they have a group that coheres and say India first, China first, and they build. Where's the Ghana first here? Why haven't we built
There shall be a Ghana first.
And where is the Kenyan first?
There shall be a Nigeria first.
And where's the Kenyan first?
That'll be Kenya first.
And where's the Nigerian
We are
first?
optimistic.
Look at the Nigerians, the things they're doing in science in the US.
Outside of Nigeria.
So what conditions? I think the success of China, the success of India should also be learned. They studied the systems and said they are different, but they're able to work. So why can't we do that? Why? It is not rocket science. It is leaders sitting down and saying, yes, we may differ and so on. But wouldn't we have a bigger picture and serve everybody's needs? Let our differences be manifested. But the basic things, that which gives us dignity and so on, we've been able to achieve that. That conversation must take place.
That conversation must take place, and my producer is giving me a signal that I'm about to bust my limit. And in the past 45 minutes, almost 55 minutes, I've been talking with Emmanuel Akwete. Emmanuel Akwete is a Ghanaian political scientist and governance analyst. Talking Africa, who are we? Where are we headed to? Can we really get out of the mire of the consequences of colonialism? Are we going to face a new locust from China? Can we defeat it? Are we prepared? What are our eggheads thinking? What is our leadership doing? When shall we develop trust and confidence in our own competence and compete with the rest of the world? Let me, on your behalf, thank Emmanuel Akwete for coming to the program.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that's good morning for this morning. My name is Mwabuze Jacob. Good morning.
Cancer remains one of the leading causes of death worldwide, with over 18 million new cases diagnosed every year. In Nigeria alone, approximately 100,000 new cases are recorded annually. Factors such as late diagnosis and inappropriate treatment are listed as leading causes of cancer death, especially in low and middle-income countries. 38-year-old Umu Dolokaina, who is receiving treatment for breast cancer, shares her story. According to her, she dismissed unusual pains, opted for herbal remedies instead of seeking professional help. She now urges women, particularly those in rural communities, to prioritize their health by seeking immediate medical attention if they experience any symptoms.
I have been experiencing pain in my armpit. When I first fell ill, I was unaware of the cause of my sickness, despite trying traditional medicine, which did not provide any relief. My aunt, who lives in town, advised me to undergo a medical checkup at FMC Renikebi to determine the source of my discomfort. Unfortunately, the diagnosis revealed that I have cancer, a disease I knew very little about. Having relied solely on traditional medicine, which proved ineffective, the medical team informed us that if we were willing, we could proceed with treatment, which involved a series of injections, followed by surgery, and then completion of the remaining injections.
Cancer treatment is quite expensive. Given the significant financial burden, health experts say government intervention to support cancer patients is critical. The Kebbi government says it is dedicated to closing the gap in healthcare within the state by improving access to essential medical services, including cancer care.
State level, Kebbi State government has established a cancer unit in the Kebbi State Teaching Hospital, Kalgo, and also it has established an indigent cancer fund. Based on the category or stage at which your cancer is, the funds is being distributed accordingly for patients either for surgery or chemotherapy or radiotherapy. The state government is giving funds accordingly for patients to avail those services. Yes, partnership is there with drug companies like Johnson & Johnson, Roche, which Roche is into breast cancer and Johnson & Johnson into prostate cancer. So they have subsidized those drugs that are meant for prostate cancer as well as drugs for breast cancer. So there is counter funding from state government together with these NGOs to subsidize the drugs for patients.
Health experts says medical advancement and improved early detection methods have been significantly increased survival rates, offering a lifeline to those battling the disease.
There has been improvement in cancer survival rates due to simple things like prevention. Within the cancer space, there has been plenty of noise being made, early diagnosis, coming to hospital early, and it has greatly improved the survival rates of our cancer patients, as well as in the chemotherapy. Some of the drugs were used in cytotoxic. Initially, the cytotoxic being used usually destroyed both normal and abnormal cells, the cancer cells and the normal cells. But these days, the new drugs being made, they are referred to as hormonal or targeted therapies or immunotherapy. Specifically, they are made to treat the cancer cells without destroying the normal cells. So with that, it has reduced side effects and patients are willing to stay and finish their chemotherapy, thus improving survival rates.
The WHO stresses the need for increased sensitization and accessible treatment towards a future where cancer is no longer a widespread burden.
Mr. Kehinde Idun is the National Legal Advisor of the Labour Party. Mr. Idun, glad to have you on our show.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here.
Yes, the judgment of Wednesday, the tribunal says that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was rightfully elected, constitutionally elected, and upheld his election. What is the official reaction of the Labour Party?
Thank you very much. Firstly, we will have to express our deep respect for the Court of Appeal and the learned justices for the hard work they put in over the period of the hearing and determination of the petitions. It has been a very hard work, and they have gone through a gamut of documents and other evidence before them to arrive at their opinion. We respect their opinion and we thank them for what they have done, but we are dissatisfied about the opinion that they have expressed, and we are also disappointed. And not only us, Nigerians are disappointed we thought we had gone beyond what they actually talked about. The exposition of the law that they gave is sound, no doubt, but it reflects, in our opinion, the state we were before the electoral 2022 was enacted. We thought we made some gains by that enactment. We thought things would be different from the way they were. But this judgment has made it stare us in the face that we are still where we were. All the gains we thought we made, all the progress we thought had been made, all of them have now been thrown into the dustbin. The court exposed the law, the way the law was before the electoral 2022 was enacted. Then why did we take the trouble? Why did we make the effort, spend money, time and resources of the National Assembly to enact that electoral 2022? Why did I make all the effort they made? Because, to be sincere, INEC actually made a lot of contribution. They canvassed, they struggled, they made inputs, they did all that to make our elections better. That is a reflection of the fact that INEC actually meant well. They actually meant well because there are some things they put into that electoral 2022 that will have made our elections better. But maybe they were overwhelmed. Maybe there was too much pressure on them and they couldn't do what they meant to do. They actually meant to do well, but they couldn't deliver. When it mattered most, INEC disappointed Nigerians. INEC disappointed the young people of Nigeria and all Nigerians as a whole. And INEC dashed our hopes as to the gains we thought we have made. The struggle for a better society is for all of us. And we thought INEC had actually made some contributions to that. There are some things that they put into that electoral act. And it was all due to the effort of INEC that those things were there. An example of it is section 47(2) of that electoral act, which said that to vote, the presiding officer shall use the smart card reader or any other device that is sanctioned by the commission, that is INEC, in order to verify, to authenticate the identity of the voter. What that means is that they are trying as much as possible to be able to prevent identity theft. So somebody will not just come there and just bring a card and just vote like we were doing, or somebody will not have somebody sit down in a corner of a room or anywhere or in the government house and just stop print ballot papers. So that was why they introduced the smart card reader, and the beavers that they brought was even an improvement. And that was why that session said the presiding officer shall use the smart card reader or any other device, and the beavers was an advancement on the smart card reader, and they said they were going to use. And if you look at the way that section was actually put, it used shall, which is mandatory, that is shall, but we didn't see that happen. We didn't see that happen. Another section, let me talk about another section. Another section in the electoral act that we fail to see, to put in practice, was section 64.4.5, which talked about electronic transmission of results from the polling unit. We did all this, and INEC also contributed. Our eminent lawyers contributed to the discourse. Very many eminent Nigerians, some of our legislators made sure that those things entered that electoral 2022 to ensure that results are transmitted for the polling units, so that this issue of results being changed midway from the polling unit to the collation center, whether ward or local government or state or everything. So we wanted to eliminate all that so that results will be there. That was why
those were put there. Specifics of that judgment.
Okay.
Which particular areas is your party disagreeing with? I mean, it is not to say we disagree with the judgment. Which particular areas or aspects of that judgment is the Labour Party disagreeing with?
I think I have to give some background to that. First of all, any petitioner knows from the beginning that you have a mountain to climb. The reason is that if you look at the state of our laws, it talks about presumption of regularity of official acts, that whatever an official person has done in his official capacity is regular. So that is an odd against you as a petitioner. Number two, it talks about substantial compliance. That if the electoral body or any official person has substantially complied with the law, then what he has done is regular. Now, what we are against is how did the court arrive at the determination of substantial compliance? It is subjective. If you score 1/10, have you substantially complied? If you score 2/10, what we are saying is that the foundation...
But the percentage of compliance is subjective, like you said.
It's very subjective.
So how you that, when you say they have not substantially complied, I mean, what basis?
Everyone knows that if you score 1/10, you have not substantially complied.
In the eyes of the judges, maybe they scored 9/10.
I wouldn't agree with that.
I mean, you said it's subjective.
It's subjective.
Or relative.
It's relative. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying, that is why that is the disappointment of Nigerians about this judgment. If INEC had simply complied with what they said, they had simply complied with the law, which says shall. Yes. If beavers had been used in all the polling units, if results were transmitted from all the polling units,
said
that is
the
foundation.
Electoral Act did not make it mandatory for results to be transmitted electronically.
This thing is clear. Shall is mandatory. If the law says shall do something, it is mandatory. And INEC also said they are going to do it. That, in fact, INEC, by their own words, the then INEC commissioner, I think for in terms of publicity or so, both application said it, that INEC has no discretion in the matter because the word is shall. When the law says shall, I think this is so basic. If that had been done, we will not be in this mess.
Okay, let me ask you. They say, I mean, you're a lawyer, and I hear lawyers all the time. He who alleges has to prove.
Yes.
And the judges said that there was a lot of generalization. That the Labour Party, for instance, didn't say that in booth A, B, C, that this was what happened. But there was a general claim of, oh, they didn't do what they were supposed to do, or we were robbed of votes. But there were no clear-cut evidence to prove that such misdemeanor or such illegality, or whatever you call it, took place in those specific polls. Was it that your lawyers didn't do their homework?
I believe that our lawyers did what they had to do. But there are some limitations that they had. These limitations were deliberately imposed on us by INEC. INEC fought us as if their life depended on it. And maybe their life depended on it.
Fought you in what way?
Fought Labour Party and all the other petitioners too, but I'm talking about Labour Party. They fought us. Well, people will say a respondent is not supposed to support the case of a petitioner. Yes, but a respondent, by the way their name is called as Independent National Electoral Commission, should have been independent, should not have been so forceful, so fierce, so vehement in opposing us.
No, but they had to protect the processes. They had to protect what they had done. They had to justify. Were you expecting INEC to come to court and say, we agree with everything that Labour has said, if they have evidence to show that what we are saying was not right?
We wanted them to bring that evidence. Now, do you know something? There was an attempt to put into our electoral jurisprudence the need and the duty for INEC as an electoral body to justify the conduct of the election. In fact, I think it was in 2014 that the process started. They wanted that in an election petition, it should not be the duty of the petitioner to prove that INEC did not do what they had to do. That INEC should have a duty to come to the tribunal in order to show that they complied with the law in the conduct of those elections. If, unfortunately, that thing did not pass through, maybe because of the kind of society we are and the kind of the state we are, and we hope that we are going to get better. If that had been the case, then we will not be fishing for evidence. If INEC had that duty of coming to the tribunal to show that they did everything they needed to do, then all these documents we are looking for, we will not be looking for them. But in this case, let me tell you, there is no evidence that you can bring that can override the evidence that INEC has. The truth is that they are the one who conducted the election. Whatever document, the proper custody of all the electoral documents are INEC. And if INEC refused to give it to you, what can you do? We made efforts, we applied, we gave them notice to produce, we subpoenaed some of their witnesses, we did all the things we needed to do. The court, and when the subpoena is issued, it says you are hereby commanded in the name of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to come and bring all these documents. But if the person refuses to bring all those documents, you have to make do.
Are you going to blame the judges for basing their judgment on evidence before them? I mean, whether INEC fought you vehemently, whether INEC didn't play the nationalistic role as an umpire, that is INEC. It doesn't have to do with the judges. Judges take decision based on evidence before them. So, is that part of your disagreement about what INEC did that the judges were not part of?
I respect the opinion you have expressed. That's talking like a lawyer. A court is bound by what is before it. The tribunal was bound by what they have, and they have decided this matter based on what they have. But we thought they could have at least gone an inch further by looking at what is the reason for the enactment of the electoral 2022. Why did we take all that trouble? And what some of those things put there, why did they not consider them? Why did they base their judgment based on the state of the law before the enactment of electoral 2022? That's what the judges did.
No, but in their judgment, they kept quoting.
They kept
referring us to the Electoral Act.
Yes, they referred us to the Electoral Act. But what they have said is that those sections that we thought had brought an improvement into our electoral system, they said those sections, even though they were couched with the word shall, in their opinion, they said that they don't matter, that INEC could still get away. They allowed INEC to get away with so much impunity. And I thought that they shouldn't have allowed that. We are supposed to make improvement. We are supposed to be better than yesterday. We are supposed to do things differently. If we continue to do things the same way, we are still going to continue to get the same results. It is because we are not dissatisfied. Why did we make all the efforts to amend the law?
Let's move forward. Let's look into the future. Your party has said that they are going to appeal the judgment of this tribunal. What are you going to the Supreme Court with? What are you going to plead? What new evidence or what new arguments are you going to the Supreme Court with?
The arguments are already there. We are going to say that the opinion expressed, though we respect those opinions, but that we are dissatisfied that the Court of Appeal allowed INEC to get away with so much. to get away.
Joining us from Sweden, all the way from Sweden, is Dr. David Okelue Ubunta. Dr. David, you're welcome to our program.
Thank you for having me.
Well, you know that two things that this government did on the date it came on board was, one, to take out the subsidy on petrol, and then two, collapse the dual exchange that we had that a lot of Nigerians had complained about. And these two policies or decisions have come with a lot of impact on the lives of the ordinary Nigerian. Inflation has gone up and the value of the naira has dropped tremendously. As at the day that this government took over, I think the naira was about 750 or so. As we speak, the naira has gone down to as much as 920, 930, 950 to the dollar. So, as an expert, what do you think the government should do now to improve the lives of the ordinary Nigerian, to see that the economy can bounce back, naira gets stronger, and then we can reduce this level of inflation?
Okay, thank you for having me once more. We, as Nigerians and elites and experts, at some point we agree that the fuel subsidy has to go. If you recall, in 2012, the government of Goodluck Ebele Jonathan wanted to remove fuel subsidy. And prior before then, we heard about the cost of this petroleum subsidy, denying the economy of other things that we could have used those funds, used in paying for subsidy. It came with a lot of opportunity costs, and there have been a cry that yes, subsidy has to go and subsidy has to go. We agree that yes, subsidy has to go. However, we expected that there should have been infrastructures, mechanisms put in place to cushion the effect of petroleum subsidy. You see, in governance, you wouldn't see it all until you have, gotten into that position. And I feel personally that the stoppage of payment of subsidy was hurriedly done because there were no cushions put in place. There were no palliatives put in place. Of course, we all know that if you remove subsidy, there will be cost of transportation costs will increase, which will now fuel increase in inflation, and then everything will skyrocket. However, we expected that certain palliative, modes of transportation, alternative modes of transportation should have been put in place before the removal of subsidy. Aside that, the refinery, we have refineries in this country, and none of them is working. We are expecting that there could have also been alternative sources of petroleum locally, so that if you are saying that the market price is going to drive the cost of the cost of petroleum products, then down here, because we have an agrarian society, what have we put in place? to make sure that the impact of this subsidy, is cushioned. So in as much as we agree that yes, subsidy has to go, but we expect that certain things should have in place to make sure that at the end of the day, the people, the masses, do not suffer so much. We agree that there should be some degree of suffer, but extreme, suffer, where you now have transportation costs. I live in ENUGU. You have transportation costs, public transport from Wayek, for instance, to the secretariat, now costing almost about 350 naira to go and then to come back, something like that. And then you expect workers to pay this money and also go to work, 5 a week and all that. So we're expecting that, yes, there should have been infrastructures put in place to cushion the effect of transportation. There should have also be investments, put in place to cushion to help or improve production of foods, of food and all that. So that at the end of the day, when you remove subsidy, the impact will not be so much.
Fuel is one. Another is the removal of the dual exchange, where some people got the naira at a very cheap cost and others got it at a higher rate. But a lot of people thought that that singular move by government would have, increased rather than decreased the value of the naira. What do you think was done wrongly?
Yeah, I think the timing of removal of subsidy and of scrapping of the dual exchange rates, having them at the same time, I won't say is a very fantastic idea, because you are now dealing with two fundamentals at the same time. Okay, the exchange rate, yes, we agree that there were multiple exchange rates, and there is the need to synchronize it and have one so that everybody can be at par. And then the expectation is that it will help shore up the value of our naira. However, the reverse has been the case. Now, this could be because how much do we earn as foreign exchange? Let's start the question from there, or the conversation from there. We only rely on crude, the sale of crude oil, in order to earn exchange rate. Arguments have shown that in Nigeria, that we import so much and export little, that containers come into, that ships bet in Nigeria, fully loaded, but go out of the shores of this country empty. So what are we exporting? What are we selling as a country in order to earn exchange, foreign exchange? Of course, we all know that when you earn multiple income as an individual, you are better off. So I want to liken that to Nigeria. If we had had the opportunity of earning foreign exchange from other avenues apart from crude oil, we would have been better off. Okay, the abolishment of the dual exchange rate has really put us into a position that, some of us are surprised that up till now, naira has not gone to 1,000 naira, because there were really nothing in place to make sure that, yes, because this thing is like forces of demand and supply. You only distribute across what you have. You cannot distribute what you don't have. Okay, and also the means by which we access this foreign exchange is also a problem. For instance, before I made this trip, to Sweden, I had to source foreign exchange. Okay, I called my bank. I needed to take out dollar. I needed to get euro. But when I called them, I said, look, I need to take out the dollar and I need to buy euro. Can you help me out with that? They said no, that they can only give me dollar and then I'll have to go and look for how I'll get euro. All right, but I don't think that is the right, I don't think that should be a right practice. If I have dollar and as a bank, I should be able to access euro from you. So the policies that has made banks that, yes, we know that the domiciliary account, you can only take out what you have. But I am thinking that the banks should be a financial, when we say it is a financial supermarket, it should play that role as a financial supermarket so that whatever you need in terms of financial services, you are able to get it from the bank. But whereby you now go to the bank, you take out US dollar, you now go to the Bureau de Change or the Aboki by the roadside to now go and buy euro. I don't think it's a very good idea.
Let me ask, for government, they've poured in some more foreign exchange or some more dollar into the market. And in their thinking, that is supposed to bring down that's supposed to shore up, the naira. But that's not happening. Is that the only measure they can take to make sure that the dollar is strengthened?
No, but I think they did that as a stopgap measure or as a short-term measure to see what happens. But the truth is that those things are not sustainable. You see, as a country, we need to go back to the roots. We need to, sit down and say, and take statistics. Where are we as a country? Where do we have comparative advantages? What are the things we can do so that we can earn multiple income or multiple revenue as a country in terms of foreign exchange? And then we come down to invest in those things. It's going to take time. It's not something that will happen in 1 year, in 6 months. No, it's going to take time because we need to, I think part of the problem we have is that we also lack long-term planning. And we can liken that because of, the kind of politics we play, where a party comes in and every other thing that the previous regime is doing, they will push it aside and start things that they can do and finish within their term. So I think we need to begin to look beyond time. That you have 4 years or you have 8 years. Nigeria is not going to end or stop in the next 8 years. Nigeria is going to be there forever. So we need, it's lack of proper planning. We need to sit down, come together, bring stakeholders together across party lines, across interest groups, and sit down and say, okay, where do we want this country to be in the next 20 years, in the next 25 years? And we sit down and we draw a roadmap and say, okay, this is what we're going to do. So any government that comes in, if it means giving it, some aspect of legislation to make sure that any government that comes in will continue in that trajectory so that in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, we are on the path of progress. Not that we make some progress today, another government comes in after 4 years or 8 years, abolishes every other thing that may have been done, and then kickstarts, their own. So in this way, it now gives us that opportunity to now say, okay, we can earn foreign exchange from, what we used to have in the past, from cocoa, from palm, okay, from the oil that is what is it called again? The cooking oil that's there's a wide held view that Malaysia came to Nigeria, took away palm fruit, and then Malaysia went back, developed it, and today Malaysia is one of the top countries exporting palm oil and the rest of them. So if we want to diverse our sources of earning exchange, we need to make investments. And these investments are not going to happen overnight. These are things that will take up to 3 years, 5 years before you now begin to reap the fruits of this investment. So in as much as short-term measures are good, but I think we really need to sit down and say, what are those things we need to produce in this country? And we need to add value to, and we need to export and begin to earn foreign exchange. It's only when we have the supply of foreign exchange outweighing the demand for foreign exchange that we can now begin to talk about shoring up the value of Naira and all that.
I agree with you that there has to be long-term planning. But in the short term, many Nigerians say that the corruption and the complexities around the foreign exchange policies is making it continuously impossible for us to make the Naira strong. One particular area that I've heard people talk about is that it is only in Nigeria and maybe a few other developing countries that you can go to an aboki or to a bureau de change or to a foreign exchange trader and you exchange $100,000, $150,000, $200,000, and there's no record, there's no documentation, there is no receipt, there is no identification of the individual that is buying this foreign exchange. Nobody knows what the person is doing with it. Nobody knows whether he just wants to buy it and speculate. And they say that probably because of this, a lot of foreign exchange not needed for everyday trading, exchanging hands and further, putting pressure on the little foreign exchange that is available. And that this is actually the reason why the Naira, no matter what you do, the Naira will never be strong. Do you agree with that?
Yes, and to give credence to that, I've had two experiences. One was last year. I was coming back from the United States and we are transiting in Frankfurt, and I needed to make few purchases at the duty-free zone. Okay, then I needed to change US dollar to euro. And when I got to the bureau de change there, where I would change it, they demanded for my international passport, a means of identification, as low as $100. I had to present my passport, and they scanned it, and they took record of it, and then exchanged the US dollar and gave me euro, and I was able to make my purchases. That I am in Sweden, just like about last week. Okay, I went to change as low as let me just use that, 200 euro to Swedish krona. They demanded for my international passport. They demanded for my passport. So there is some means of identification, even though nobody asked me what you want to do with the money, but my details have been collected, and then the amount I exchanged, must have been noted. This is at adverse with what we have in Nigeria. When the BDCs came on board around 1989 or thereabout, they were there to take charge of small needs of people in terms of small volumes of foreign exchange needs. All right, but today the BDCs are the ones really now. I can bet you that any amount you want, like you have mentioned, $100,000, BDCs can, commune among themselves and provide that amount of money for you. So this is also at advance with what we have in the developed clients. Okay, I needed to make a payment in krone. Swedish, doesn't use you can't use euro to make payment And then I now had to get someone that will help me with that payment. And I told him, okay, make this payment. I will send either euro or US. I'll send either euro or US dollar to you. Then, unknowingly, the guy told me, okay, whichever one I sent, that what he's going to receive is the Swedish krone. I said, really? He said, yes, because nobody is going to give you the euro or the dollar. That once you pay that money into your bank account, that what you are going to get is the Swedish krone as an end user. I told myself, I said, this is not what it is in Nigeria. In Nigeria, if someone sends euro or naira to you, you go to the bank will pay out euro or dollar to you. So these are some of the things that I think, by way of legislation, by way of policies, we can begin to bring into our country to see how we help the management of exchange rate. So that if someone pays in money, pays in US dollar or pays in euro to you, what you get is the naira, and you spend the naira.
And I was going to ask you, today in Nigeria, we're almost cashless, especially when it comes to the naira. Is it not possible for us to be cashless in the use of foreign exchange? What am I saying? That where government does a law, like you can't buy across the counter more than $5,000 or more than $10,000 or more than $2,000, that any other purchases you're going to make has to be made through the cashless process, which makes it possible for, in the documentation in the bank, that a certain Mistilo had exchanged $200,000 today, and he's coming tomorrow again to exchange another $200. Where, for instance, there should be a tracking process to know who is exchanging, because the way it is, one family can exchange 1 million naira, and there will be no documentation. The father exchanges 200 today, another person goes to another place, exchanges, and this money, they will just take it and open their safe in their house and put the money. Is it not possible for government, as a way of stopping the abuse of this foreign exchange, for amounts bigger than a certain amount must be done through the banking system and not across the counter? If not for anything, to fight corruption.
Yeah, all these things are doable, and they are possible only if we have the will. Remember, you said that we're almost near cashless in Naira. I don't see that. Okay, before the election, the issue of cashless policy came in. Fantastic idea, brilliant idea by MFLA, all right? But I think the timing was not good, because election was near and all that, Naira redesigned policy and all that. I mean, you need a long time period, to implement it and allow the system take care of it, and then it becomes part of the system. Okay. You remember vices, kidnappings, and the rest of them were on the increase before the election. But when the Naira redesign policy came on board, there was a reduction in all those vices, because people no longer see Naira to carry about to go and pay ransom and all that. Now, immediately after the election and immediately after the Supreme Court judgment concerning the usage of both the old and the new notes, all right? We all went back to square one. And at the end of the day today, social vices, kidnapping is also on the increase, because kidnappers expect you, because they know you can have access. If you are looking for 20 million naira, you can get it across the counter and go and place it for them where they want you to place it for them and all that. So we are not even practicing cashless policy the way it is used to be, or the way it should be. Now, if we talk about going near cashless when it comes to usage of foreign exchange, that simply means that, perhaps we are now having two currencies at play, or two currencies in use in the same economy. And today, I don't see an economy that has two currencies in use at the same time. Rather, what I see is you have a foreign currency, you change it to the local currency in order for you to do businesses. So I think it's all about systems. What needs to be put in place?
But even though it's not
anything.
Even though it's not official, in Nigeria we have two currencies. A lot of businesses are done in dollars. If you go to embassies, you pay in dollars. In a lot of organizations, in a lot of transactions, you pay in dollars. Right here in Nigeria, in some hotels in Nigeria, you pay in dollars. So why are we pretending that we don't have two currencies?
That is simply because we allowed it.
So government, in your view, government needs to really do the regulation that government is supposed to do, that the central bank is supposed to do.
Exactly. CBN needs to come down with policies and say, look, because when I was applying for the Swedish visa, I had to go with the dollar card. No, I had to apply online, and then with my dollar card, and I had to pay the visa fee of $82. All right, right from the comfort of my bedroom. Fine and good, but that happened because the government allowed it to be so. If we had had an avenue or a process that, yes, you pay with your Naira card, all right, and then automatically the system converts it to dollar, however it does it, and then the Swedish embassy gets their value in dollar. I mean, that's paying with Naira. But simply because we have not done what we are supposed to do, perhaps we don't have the infrastructure. Because when you talk about all these things, if you're talking about financial institution stability and all that, there should be infrastructures in place.
Dr. David Okelue Ubuntu, I'd like to thank you for your insight. I hope when we reach out to you again, you'll be available, because this is a continuous conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
I think it's a good step. Number one, the older people grow, the more experience they have. Am I right? And the more you dwell on a particular profession, the more expertise or skillful you become. So even 65 is okay, but if we can have people of 70 years that can still be brought back into service that are active, I think is a good one. Because abroad, they employ old people that are skillful and are specialized in some field. So 65 is nice, but it could be better.
I don't see anything wrong about it, because with my perception of that profession, doctor, I believe it's an experienced profession. Okay, so if I walk up to any of the hospital, could be private hospital, could be general hospital, and I felt the doctor attending to me is of age, I feel there should be an experience in him, okay, because it's something that he has done for several years, practiced for several years. With that, I'll be able to have confidence in them. Like now, I had a fracture on my leg, so when I walk up to, when I was amending my leg, and the younger doctor were coming around, but I wasn't having the confidence. But when the surgeon came in, I saw it's an elderly. I said, oh, for such an elderly person to be in this field, we operate my leg with, experience. And I had a very good confidence about that. So I think that is a good one.
It's a good idea, because based on the unemployment I have, we have more youth that finishing their NYSC, there's no job, lack of employment, and the rest of it. If they increase the doctors, I am not going against it fully, but the thing is they need to look at the other generation that is coming. So if they increase their retirement age, what provision the government made for the upcoming doctor that is coming? So is there any job for them, and all this we need to look at it.
Nice indeed. Nice. Because one of these days I saw something in YouTube a doctor want to undergo some operation like that, and he was watching a YouTube tutorial before he undergo that kind of a thing. You know, they are quite doctors these days. But if we can use that old brain, and if they have that that old knowledge that they can treat and get it right, I think it's better. It's better like that. I like it that way. You get me right? Yeah, it's okay. I'm in support in that. Very, very support. I have that full confidence that those old men will do better than the younger ones, because they are no longer studying. How can you go on YouTube before you undergo a process like that? So I'm in support of that.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I'm Charles Pius. In the headlines, National Assembly passes 54.99 trillion naira 2025 budget. ENUGU government begins demolition ahead of commencement of Abapanike Opinsuka Road project. Taiwan pledges cheap talks with U.S. and more investments to mollify Trump. And Australian authorities warn against complacency as Cyclone Zelia upgrades to Category 5. Details shortly.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The House of Representatives has passed the 54.99 trillion naira appropriation bill into law. A breakdown of the budget showed 3.645 trillion naira for statutory transfers, 14.3 trillion naira for debt servicing, 13.64 trillion naira for recurrent expenditure, and 23.963 trillion naira capital expenditure. The chairman of the House Committee on Appropriations, Abubakar Bichi, while presenting the bill for consideration, stated that the committee met with its presidential economic planning team to further discuss revenue projections and expenditure for the 2025 appropriation bill. According to him, the 2025 appropriation bill was presented late compared to that of 2024. He urged the executive to present subsequent budgets to the National Assembly not later than 3 months before the next financial year to maintain the January to December budget cycle.
The 2025 appropriation bill was presented late comparison with the 2024 appropriation bill. It was observed that there was an upward review of the budget from 49.7 trillion to 54.9 trillion to cater for the difference between the details and the bill, the procurement of vaccines, and additional funding in some of agencies of government. Recommendations. The committee hereby recommends that the executive presents the budget to the National Assembly not later than 3 months before the next financial year. This will help return the country to the January to December budget cycle. Having worked the harmony with the House of Representatives Committee on Appropriation, to the Senate Committee on Appropriation, and subcommittees of the two chambers, the House do consider and approve a bill of an act to authorize the issue from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation the total sum of 54 trillion 990 billion 165 million 355,306 naira only, of which 3 trillion 645 billion 761 million 358,925 naira only is for statutory transfers. 14 trillion 317 billion 142 million 689,548 naira is only for debt service, while 13 trillion 64 billion 9 million 692,673 naira only is for recurrent non-debt expenditure.
Consider the report of the Committee on Appropriations on a bill for an act to authorize the issue from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation the total sum of 54 trillion 990 billion 165 million 355,396 naira only, of which 3,645,358,925 naira only is for statutory transfers, while 14,689,548 naira only is for debt service. The sum of 13,664,9,682,673 naira only is for recurrent non-debt expenditure, while the sum of 23,963,251,624,250 naira only is for contribution to the Development Fund for the capital expenditure for the year ending 31st December 2025. And in so doing, approved clauses 1 to 13, the schedules as amended, explanatory memorandum, and the long title of the bill. Motion should say aye.
The Red Chamber also passed the bill after reviewing key highlights of the bill, which also outlines a total aggregate expenditure of 54.99 trillion naira.
And I hope that this appropriation bill will contribute to moving Nigeria forward and will assist Mr. President in his renewed hope agenda to renew the hope of Nigerians in all facets of life, from infrastructure to security and to provision of even respect for this country from the international community, most especially to leave a better nation for the future generations.
The budget breakdown includes significant allocations for recurrent spending, capital projects and debt servicing, as well as a projected fiscal deficit. President Bola Tinubu had last week increased the 2025 budget from an initial 49.7 trillion naira to 54.2 trillion naira, seeking approval from the Senate and the House of Representatives. President Bola Tinubu has arrived at Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, to participate in the 38th ordinary session of the Assembly of the African Union Heads of State and Government. The president was received at the airport by Eshetu Lagyese, the Ethiopian Deputy Chief of Protocol, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tuga, and the Charge d'Affaires of the Nigerian Embassy in Ethiopia, Nasiru Aminu. Tuga later briefed President Tinubu about the summits and some diplomatic wins for the country, a session that stretched until about 2 a.m. on Friday. Nigeria retains 8 seats on the African Union Peace and Security Council, which, according to the Foreign Minister, reaffirms Nigeria's leadership and commitment to peace and security on the continent. At the briefing where the Minister of Finance, Wale Edwin Abubakar, Minister of Defense, Mohammed Badaru, the Minister of Trade and Investments, Jumoke Oduole, and the Minister of Aviation, Festus Keyamo, and Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, among others. President Tinubu will deliver a speech at the summit level meeting of the African Union Peace and Security Council, where discussions will focus on current security challenges on the continent, including the escalation of conflicts in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Is expected back in Abuja on Monday. The Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy says the United Nations has officially confirmed Nigeria as the host country for the 2025 edition of the International Conference on Governance, GEGOV, or ICEGOV rather. The Special Assistant on Media and Communication in the Ministry, Isime Esene, in a statement in Abuja that the confirmation by UN's University Operating Units on Policy-Driven Electronic Governance, UN EGOV, marked a historic milestone in Nigeria's digital transformation journey. He said that the conference would showcase Nigeria's leadership in digital governance, innovation, and technological advancements on the global stage. According to him, ICEGOV is a prestigious global conference that convenes governments, academia, international organizations, industry leaders, and civil society to exchange insights, research, and best practices in electronic governance. He said that the National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA, would serve as a local organizer for the conference in 2025. Vice President Kashim Shettima has assured of the federal government's commitments to welfare of members of the organized labor through its economic policies and wage reforms. Shettima gave the assurance at the meeting with a delegation led by the Director General of the International Labour Organization ILO, Gilbert Humbo, at the Presidential Villa, Abuja. The Vice President, who commended the role of the organized labor in national development, said President Bola Tinubu is committed to thriving workforce and an efficient labor ecosystem. He noted that the transformation of the global workforce and Nigeria's potential to bridge talent gaps, citing the country's youthful population as a major advantage. Meanwhile, residents and business operators along the ever-busy Nike Road, Abapanike, ENUGU, were thrown into confusion and near pandemonium as the ENUGU state government began the demolition of some structures along the road. The people, some of whom were taking unawares, were seen hurriedly removing their property, goods, and structures as the bulldozers inched towards the buildings marked for demolition. The state government had a few days ago warned those occupying the marked structures along the road to vacate the area ahead of the demolition. The ongoing demolition is aimed at clearing the way for the commencement of the construction or reconstruction of the Abapanike Ugogo Opinsuka Road. The Enugu State Governor Peter Amba had earlier flagged off the dualization of the 43.7-kilometer road project designed to boost economic growth, reduce travel time, and improve safety on the road. Meanwhile, some residents of Anambra State government led by the Anambra State's Physical Planning Board's ANSPPB, have been accused of demolishing some property belonging to the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, in Onitsha, and also brutalizing journalists. The incidents, which reportedly happened over the weekend, saw a large number of officers of different enforcement agencies and armed security operatives storm the scene of the demolition exercise at the Trans-Nkisi Phase 1 area of Onitsha. A video from this scene, which has gone viral on social media, also shows a caterpillar pulling down some structures within the axis of the NTA Onitsha office and a crisis scene. A damaged camera on the ground and some injured victims said to have been brutalized by the Joint Task Force who carried out the demolition exercise. Meanwhile, chairman of the Mulamfashi local government area of Katsina State, Maharazu Dai, has been impeached. Maharazu Dai was impeached by 11 out of 12 councillors barely 2 days before the local government elections in the state. The councillors reportedly took action following allegations of misconduct and poor governance against the chairman after a dispute over the distribution of council's Paris Club funds. The development has sent shockwaves across the local government areas, especially as the impeached chairman is among those who failed to secure the ticket of the All Progressives Congress APC to contest in the forthcoming elections. Up ahead, medical expert Professor Achukwu reveals key to sustainable healthcare in Nigeria. ECOWAS court dismisses suit against federal government over shrine destruction. Details of these and more after the break. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is Global News on Valentine's Day. A renowned professor of histopathology and histochemistry, Professor Peter Wadiegu Achukwu, has emphasized the need for medical scientific investigations in order to help dispel some traditional and religious myths and misconceptions surrounding healthcare in Nigeria. Professor Achukwu stated this while delivering the 216th inaugural lecture of the University of Nigeria ENUGU campus. Correspondent Precious Paul was at the Moot Court, University of Nigeria ENUGU campus, venue of the event.
It was a gathering of eggheads, scientists, medical practitioners and professionals, as well as students and the general public who wanted to listen to the renowned professor. The lecture, titled Demystifying Mysteries and Prejudices of Health Through Medical Scientific Investigations, x-rayed the health system in Nigeria in a holistic manner. The inaugural lecturer, Professor Peter Achukwu, posited that a substantial number of health-related issues in the country stem from a depth of understanding and misconceptions surrounding health issues.
Nigeria, Rwanda, and Cameroon are the only people who are still eating isiokoroko. Stockfish head. We are the only 3 countries eating that. Most delicacies. And these are substances that have heavy accumulation of mercury. And mercury is a very serious and dangerous heavy metal. It can lead to cancer, autism, and so many other problems. Bread is for the rich. But the worst of all is that this bread, most of us go for the smooth bread, robust one, very soft, but most of them contain potassium permanganate. The government has warned that this is dangerous to health. But who hearkens to that? Where is the drive from the government to stop this? Nowhere. And eventually, you see most of us being predisposed to cancer. So cancer does not come from the blues, it's from what you eat.
He referred to healthcare scientists as scientific SMO, implying that they serve as a last resort for patients who have exhausted traditional or religious beliefs and remedies, seeking answers and solutions in the oracle of their laboratory.
The limited aid to Nigeria can be a challenge, can be a disadvantage and a challenge. Also, it can also be a goal to us. I give an example with COVID-19. During COVID-19, many people were dying and we thought it was because people feared so much, we have to fall back to our own very self and use the genomes, that's the genes emanating from us, to give out the cure, rather the treatment for HIV. And with that, we were able to come up with something that was able to hold down COVID-19 in a short time. So I feel that if this limitation continues, we may force us to go back to the drawing board. We may go with a new method of tackling some of these pandemics and problems, especially HIV. So, cutting of AIDS will not actually be totally a problem for us. It can also be a challenge. And a way of coping up with this
foremost, I would want to say that I'm here to support the inaugural lecture and the impact it has given us and exposing of what medical lab science can do, and that the government of the day should empower, support the regulatory body to do her mandate to make sure that all local countries of Nigeria feel the impact of what we call the modern example of healthcare in Nigeria.
Okay, I love it very much because he actually brought out my profession because I'm a med lab scientist. So I'm actually a professor in his department. So he at least x-rayed the details of the role of the med lab scientist for people to know more that there is nothing in health that we can achieve without consulting a med lab scientist. Actually, they work behind the scene. They are the soothsayers that will tell you exactly what the problem will get for. If it is AIDS, they will use body fluids, they will use blood, they will isolate, and they will find out what exactly is the problem.
Is in fact beyond the imagination. Okay? And Professor Peter has added a new nomenclature to the profession. Before, we know this profession has Ozempo Medical Laboratory, new name for them. And the reasons and the benefits of partnering with that medical laboratory, even you, before any doctor can initiate treatment, medical laboratory results must be on the face. So, their functions and roles should not be overstressed. Everybody is benefiting from it. And what Professor Chuk is trying to stress upon is nothing but nothing comes by air. We don't know. Nothing comes from water that we cannot verify. Nothing comes from the food we eat that we cannot verify, being a sickness or disease. Yes, that's the medical laboratory scientist for you. The versatility
Yes, because he was able to give explanations to most of the mysteries and wrong impressions people attribute to either village people, wicked mother-in-laws, whereas they are real health issues that have nothing to do with any African science. He was able to prove that scientific investigation is the essence of our time.
Precious Paul reporting for Signature TV News.
The federal government says its partnership with Google would transform Nigeria into a global technology hub. The Director General, National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA, ENUGU Kashifu, said in a statement in Lagos that the partnership was focused on infrastructure development, scaling of citizens, AI innovation, cloud adoption, and investments framework. He said the partnership is aimed at creating an ecosystem that would power Nigeria's digital transformation. Kashifu also highlighted the importance of data centers in driving digital economy and the need to domicile sensitive data both for government and the private sector. The DG said that there was a need to upskill Nigeria's workforce to take advantage of the opportunities presented by the partnership. President Bola Tinubu had met with Google Chief Executive Officer Sunday Pichai in Paris to forge a strategic partnerships aimed at enhancing the country's digital transformation journey. A governorship candidate in Anambra State, Dr. Chike Obidibo, described the trial of the state's governors by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, after their 4 or 8 year tenure as unconstitutional. Obidibo argued that the trial of the state governors after their tenure contradicts the spirit and letter of the Nigerian Constitution. He maintained that the same constitution that grants immunity to state chief executives cannot simultaneously empower an external organ to subject them to a post-service inquisition. He further argued that rather than serving as a deterrent, the EFCC's investigations into former governors merely expand the cycle of corruption as operatives extort, blackmail, and use faceless individuals and groups to intimidate suspects. The anti-graft agency, as part of its responsibility, go after former governors once they leave office, and many of them remain on the AFCC long list for alleged corrupt practices. The ECOWAS court has dismissed a suit filed by a Nigerian woman, Lovina Adono, seeking to compel the federal government to pay her a preparation for the destruction of her shrine. Adono, a self-acclaimed priestess, had filed the suit seeking the enforcement of her fundamental human rights against Nigeria. In her submission, she claimed that her shrine was attacked and vandalized by some private individuals, forcing her to flee the community due to threats to her life. She also alleged that the Nigerian government failed to provide adequate protection, investigate her complaints, or address the destruction of her religious materials and property. Delivering judgment, Justice Singu Koroma, the judge rapporteur, declines to grant the applicant's prayer for any reparation or order for perpetual injunction against the respondents. The court held that Abdono failed to establish a direct connection between the alleged violations of her rights and the Nigerian government or its agents. The court explained that after reviewing both parties' submissions, it affirmed its jurisdiction to entertain the suits because the case pertains to alleged human rights violations within an ECOWAS member state. The three-member panel of the court, presided over by Justice Ricardo Gonzalez, also has Sengu Koroma as rapporteur and Edward Asante as member, ordered that both parties would bear their own costs. Governor Doyodiri of Bayelsa State says he will build a FIFA standard stadium, an iconic 9-story secretariat complex, and other facilities as he marks his 5th anniversary as governor of the state. The governor said this at a Thanksgiving service held at the Economical Center, ENUGU, which had in attendance a renowned Ghanaian preacher, Dr. Otabil Mensah, as the guest speaker. There said the 25,000-seater stadium would be flagged off by former President Goodluck Jonathan on February 17th. He disclosed that the contractor for the Secretariat, Megstar Limited, had already been paid 50% of the project cost. He listed some of his other projects to include the Bayelsa Central Road, which he said would get to Oporoma, headquarters of the Southern Ijaw local government, and would be inaugurated this year. Authorities of Nigeria Immigration Service, NIS, in Cross River States have raised the alarm over the influx of illegal immigrants in Calabar. Arisha Ginika, who represents the state's comptroller of immigration, Priska Obodo, spoke at a workshop on effective oversight, monitoring and implementation of the administration of criminal justice law in Cross River State, organized by an NGO, Clean Foundation. Ginika, who alleged that the illegal immigration or immigrants are involved in perpetrating crimes in the state, stated that the organization has problems identifying Nigerians from communities with common boundaries with Cameroon. According to her, many will claim Nigerian nativity because many Cameroonians speak same languages and share common ancestry with Nigerians from Boki, Ikom, and Etung, among others. She explained that the illegal immigrants are different from official refugees who fled the Amazonian conflict in southwest Cameroon into the states and are in various camps in Ogoja and Akampa. February 14 is here again, and as usual, love is in the air, assuming different meanings for different people. Signature TV correspondents Precious Paul took to the streets to bring voices of individuals of what the day entails. Still to come, 6 dead as a resort construction site fire in southern Korea. Severe winter storms impact major cities across Canada. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is Global News on Signature TV. M23 rebels in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo claim to have the capability to seize a strategic airport town at will, according to a video circulated on social media as the insurgency continues to advance southward. In the footage, a man in military fatigues, identifying himself as an M23 soldier, boasts about their military prowess and imminent plans. Last month, M23 rebels captured Goma, eastern Congo's largest city. The group has since been moving south, raising concerns about a looming humanitarian crisis in South Kivu province. The ongoing conflict has already displaced thousands and disrupted vital aid operations in a country heavily dependent on foreign assistance. Rwanda has been accused by Congo, the United Nations, and several Western countries of supporting the M23 rebels, a claim Rwanda denies. The remains of 14 South African National Defense Forces soldiers who fought in Sami DRC and MONUSCO peacekeeping units in the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, were returned to South Africa and handed over to their families for burial. Speaking at the memorial service, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa reiterated the country's call for a ceasefire. Over the past weeks, South Africa's involvement in the DRC has drawn heavy criticism after the fall of Goma left SANDF soldiers surrounded and with no clear exit strategy. SANDF's Chief General Razani Mafwaya criticized its detractors, saying that while the country is in mourning, This debate should not be politicized. South Africa has sent additional troops and military equipment to DRC in recent days, political diplomatic sources say. The South African reinforcement comes amid fears that fighting in eastern Congo could spark a broader war in the Powder Keg region that has over the past 3 decades witnessed genocide, cross-border conflicts, and dozens of operations. South Africa is believed to have around 3,000 troops deployed in Congo, with that as part of a UN peacekeeping mission and a Southern African regional force tasked with helping Congo's army combat the M23 insurgency. Aid and fuel trucks continued to roll through Gaza on Friday, a day before the next round of the expected release of hostages in the already fragile ceasefire agreement between Hamas and Israel. The 42-day ceasefire has appeared close to failure since Hamas on Monday unexpectedly announced it would stop releasing hostages, leading Israel to respond with the threats to return to war. Hamas was to release more Israeli hostages on Saturday in exchange for Palestinians held in Israeli detention, as had happened over the past 3 weeks. However, Hamas signaled on Thursday that the crisis could be avoided even after trading accusations with Israel this week of ceasefire breaches. Hamas said it did not want to deal with the collapse, though it rejected what it called the language of threats and intimidation from Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and U.S. President Donald Trump. They have said the ceasefire should be cancelled if the hostages are not released. Since the breakout of the latest round of the conflict between Israel and Hamas in early October 2023, the Palestinian death toll from Israeli attacks in Gaza has risen to 48,239, with 111,676 others injured. The Gaza-based health authorities said in a statement on Thursday, in the past 24 hours, Israeli forces killed 3 people and wounded 2 others in their operations in the region, and Gaza hospitals also received 14 corpses pulled out of the rubble, the health authorities reported. On Thursday, Tahir al-Nono, an advisor to Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh, stressed it needs to immediately start negotiations for the second phase of the ceasefire agreement and urged Israel to actively fulfill its obligations. The advisor also blamed Israel for the delay in negotiations. Currently, the ceasefire deal is facing its most severe crisis since the implementation of its first phase. Meanwhile, a fire that broke out in a resort's construction site in the South Korea's city of Busan has killed at least 6 people, according to local fire authorities on Friday. Around 100 people had been evacuated, local news broadcaster Yonhap reported, citing fire authorities. The report said 7 people had suffered injuries and said there were fears of multiple casualties at the construction site. South Korea's acting president Choi Sang-mok has ordered all resources available to be used to extinguish the fire, his office says in a statement. Severe winter storms impacted major cities across Canada on Thursday. According to local media, Ottawa saw its heaviest storm since 2022, bringing 32 centimeters of snow. Some 20 centimeters of snow was dumped on Toronto, shutting down schools. Toronto is expected to brace the winter weather for the remainder of the week, with temperatures expected to dip below 0 degrees Celsius. About 40 centimeters of snow fell in the Greater Montreal area, with the Environment and Climate Change Canada (ECC) forecasting another storm this weekend. A powerful cold wave has brought continuous snowfall to many areas across Japan, causing casualties and widespread disruption to people's lives. According to Japanese government, the ongoing snowfall had left 13 dead and 173 injured as of Thursday. Heavy snowfall has paralyzed roads across the country, leaving many areas inaccessible. In Fukushima Prefecture, on Japan's eastern Pacific coast, an avalanche buried by a key road, cutting off a road sections of over 5 kilometers. as stranding dozens of people in 3 hotels along the road. As snowfall persists, rescue operations are becoming increasingly difficult. Authorities have warned that the heavy snowfall could trigger traffic gridlock and building structural damages, urging residents to stay alert and take precautions. Taiwan President Lai Ching-te pledged on Friday to talk with the United States about President Donald Trump's concerns over the chip industry and to invest more in and buy more from the country while also spending more on defense. Trump spoke critically about Taiwan on Thursday, saying he aims to restore U.S. manufacturing of semiconductor chips and repeating this previous claims about Taiwan having taken away the industry and that he wanted it back in the United States. Speaking to reporters after holding a meeting of the National Security Council at the presidential office, Lai said the global semiconductor supply chain is an ecosystem in which division of work among various countries is important. Taiwan is home to the world's largest contractor chipmaker, TSMC, a major supplier to companies including Apple and Nvidia, and crucial parts in the development of AI industry. Trump has also previously criticized Taiwan, which faces a growing military threat from China, whose government claims the island as its own territory for not spending enough on its defense, a criticism he has made of many U.S. allies. Lai said on Friday that his government is working to propose a special budget this year to boost defense spending from 2.5% of its GDP to 3%.
The global semiconductor supply chain is an ecosystem and a division of work among various countries. We, of course, are aware of President Trump's concerns over the manufacturing of chips. Taiwan's government will communicate and discuss with the semiconductor industry and come up with good strategies. Then we will come up with good proposals and engage in further discussions with the United States. Regardless, it is about increasing the defense budget, increasing purchases from the U.S. or investment in the U.S. These are currently being actively prepared by the government. What's important is Taiwan's government will also strengthen cooperation with the U.S. in the development of artificial intelligence, semiconductor manufacturing, to create a new era of strategic economic partnership between Taiwan and the U.S.
Australia's northwest braced on Friday for a powerful tropical cyclone, forcing the closure of all of the major commodity ports in the country's Pilbara region. Cyclone Zelia, located in the Indian Ocean about 65 kilometers north of Portland, will make landfall as a Category 5 storm, the highest rating on the scale Australia's Weather Bureau says. The system is expected to cross the western Australian coast to the east of Portland, heading and packing wind gusts of up to 290 kph and bringing heavy rains on up to 500 millimeters across a 550 kilometers sparsely populated stretch, the Weather Bureau said. Port Hedland Ports, the world's biggest iron ore export point, has or was closed on Wednesday. Port Hedland's 15,000 residents, most of whom are mining company employees, have been advised to seek shelter indoors, while non-essential staff have been moved to safe locations.
We're ready to deal with the aftermath of the cyclone, which will pack 290 km/h winds and dump more than 500 millimetres of rain through the Pilbara. It is critical that impacted communities don't get complacent because the hazards won't ease once the cyclone has passed. Conditions after a cyclone can be just as dangerous as the cyclone itself, including damaged buildings, fallen power lines and debris.
Port Hedland is not expected to be impacted by the very destructive eye-wall winds, but damaging to destructive wind gusts are still likely this afternoon and into this evening. On the eastern side of the tropical cyclone track, a dangerous storm surge is possible, which could cause flash flooding of coastal areas. However, the storm surge risk in line with the movement of the cyclone is greatly reduced for the Port Hedland area.
A Chinese envoy on Thursday urged all parties concerned in the conflict in Yemen to seize the opportunity of the ceasefire in Gaza, stop attacking commercial vessels and stop airstrikes on Yemen as to avoid further escalation of the situation. Addressing a United States or United Nations Security Council meeting, Geng Shuang China's Deputy Permanent Representative to the United Nations said that recently with the ceasefire in the Gaza Strip, the situation in Yemen and the Red Sea has generally eased. However, the parties to the conflicts are complicated. Their willingness for political settlement is obviously insufficient, and the situation on the ground remains fragile. Again pointed out that all parties in Yemen should put the interests of the people first, respond to the call of the international community, and resume dialogue and communication as soon as possible. He said that the countries in the region would or should exert positive influence and provide constructive assistance to all parties in conducting dialogue. He also called on all parties in Yemen to actively cooperate with the UN humanitarian relief efforts and ensure unhindered humanitarian aid and the safety of humanitarian workers. A plane carrying U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio from Washington to Munich experienced a mechanical issue and has turned around, meaning Rubio will continue his travel to Germany and the Middle East on a separate aircraft, a State Department spokesperson said on Thursday. After a closed-door meeting between U.S. President Donald Trump's border czar Tom Homan and New York City Mayor Eric Adams on Thursday, protesters took to the streets chanting in English and Spanish to voice their concerns about immigration policies. Trump issued executive orders making it easier for U.S. immigration and customs enforcement officers to arrest non-criminals and assigned other federal agents to assist ICE. While arrests surged in late January to 800 to 1,200 per day, enforcement tapered off the February as the detention centers filled up and the additional enforcement teams returned home. Two of the sources and another person familiar with the matter said. Among the protesters was Omar V., a Venezuelan who voiced his solidarity with those who had left their home countries due to political reasons or insecurity. He highlighted the diversity within the immigrant community, stating there are people of presence who came here with a desire to work to get ahead and give the best of ourselves. Alfredo Gaetan, a Mexican protester, expressed his frustration with the criminalization of immigrants. He argued for those who commit crimes should face deportation. Not all immigrants are criminals. Adams, a Democrat, has forced ties with Trump. A Republican, Adams has argued he was targeted by former President Joe Biden administration for criticizing its immigration policy. Bove wrote on Monday that the case was interfering with Adams' ability to help Trump's immigration crackdown. TikTok returned to Apple's U.S. App Store on Thursday after President Donald Trump delays its ban until April 5th and assured that companies would not be disappointed. The popular short video platform used by 170 million Americans began restoring its services weeks after going dark. Trump had pledged to reinstate access ahead of his inauguration. Last month, Trump signed an executive order delaying TikTok's ban for 75 days, allowing its parent company, China's ByteDance, to continue U.S. operations temporarily. The directive also confirmed that the App Store for operators would not face penalties for keeping TikTok available. TikTok was the second most downloaded app in the U.S. in 2014, with over 22 million downloads, according to a market intelligence from Sensor Tower. Of those, 52% came of the Apple's App Store. Meanwhile, U.S. President Donald Trump said on Thursday that the plans to get cheap businesses back from Taiwan criticized Canada's defense spending and said it would convince China to approve the sale of TikTok. In remarks to reporters in the Oval Office, Trump said that he still hopes that many Americans deal on TikTok to keep the app alive in the U.S., crediting it with helping him win the 2024 presidential election. Trump said he believed Chinese President Xi Jinping would agree to approve the sale of TikTok to U.S. buyer, as it would also be in China's interests. Speaking on semiconductors and other injuries, Trump said those bringing factories back to the U.S. would have no tariffs whatsoever. Trump also repeated the criticism of Canada's defense spending, saying Ottawa was not paying enough and that Canada did not have enough military protection. Trump made the comment as he unveiled a roadmap for charging reciprocal tariffs on every country that puts duties on U.S. imports. U.S. President Donald Trump tasked his economist team on Thursday with devising a plan to impose reciprocal tariffs on every country that imposes duties on U.S. imports in a fresh salvo at American friends and foes, ramping up prospects for digital economy. Trump signed a memo ordering his team to start calculating reciprocal tariffs to match those charged by other countries and counteract non-tariff barriers. The president has been promising to introduce reciprocal tariffs, but Thursday's directive stopped well short of that, instead kicking off what will be weeks or months of investigation into the levies imposed on U.S. goods by other trading partners and then devising a response. Wall Street anxious that tariffs may add to this inflation and keep the Federal Reserves from cutting interest rates, breathed a sigh of relief for the moment, with U.S. stocks adding to the day's gains. Trump also campaigned on the pledge to bring down consumer prices, said prices could go up in the short term as well as a result of the motives. Trump's tariffs would match the higher duties charged by other countries, he said, and would aim to counteract non-staff trade barriers such as burdensome regulations, value-added tax, government subsidies, and exchange rates policies that can effect barriers to the flow of U.S. products to foreign markets.
Prosperous again. And this is going to be what pays down to $36 trillion in debt and all the other things. And this is going to be, this is an amazing day. I think this is going to be a very big day and in a very positive way for our country. Yes, please. Reciprocal makes tariffs really fair. The EU's been very nasty. It's just been, they haven't treated us properly. Look, we were great to them on NATO. Essentially, it's a similar group of countries. When I came in, my first term, I raised their fees. I mean, they were not paying. We were paying for, in my opinion, almost all of NATO. And now, you know, I had the bad moment with the press where the press said, well, does this mean you won't protect them? And I said, I won't protect them if they're not paying. But because I said that, the Secretary General, as you know, said it was the greatest thing he's ever seen because the money came pouring in. But they don't treat us right on trade. They don't treat us right on the military either. I mean, it's a beautiful, simple system, and we don't have to worry about, gee, we're charging too much or too little. But traditionally, India is right at the top of the pack, pretty much. There are a couple of smaller countries that are actually more, but India is a they charge tremendous tariffs.
In the same vein, President Donald Trump said that Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi had offered to talk about easing tariffs, buying more U.S. oil, gas, and combat aircraft concessions that may deter a trade war. The two leaders met and hugged each other at the Oval Office on Thursday during Modi's visit to Washington, D.C. Modi said the United States and India have set a target of doubling their bilateral trade to $500 billion by 2030. The agreements came as the two leaders huddled for White House talks hours after Trump unveiled a roadmap of reciprocal tariffs on every country that puts duties on U.S. imports. The United States deported 119 people of different nationalities to Panama as part of an agreement between the administration of U.S. President Donald Trump and the Central American nation Panama's President Jose Raul Molino. The first flights from the U.S. carrying people from Afghanistan, China, India, Iran, Nepal, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Turkey, Uzbekistan, and Vietnam arrived on Wednesday, and 2 more will land soon. Molino said at a press conference in total the U.S. will spend or send Panama 360 people on 3 gift flights. Before being returned to their respective countries, the deportees will be transferred to a shelter near the Darien, the jungle separating Central America from South America, which countless migrants traverse in a bid to reach the U.S. Earlier this month, after talks with U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Molino stressed that sovereignty over the Panama Canal is not up for debate. However, he outlined the possibility of repatriating more migrants.
Through a cooperation program with the United States government, required by them, requested by them, yesterday a U.S. Air Force flight arrived at Howard Airport with 119 people of the most diverse nationalities in the world. They come from the United States and stop over with Panama. This is organized and paid for by the International Organization for Migration, not the government of the Republic of Panama. They are temporarily staying in a local hotel and from there are transported to a sort of shelter we have in San Vicente, in Darien, and we hope to get them out of there as soon as possible through flights from the United States. This is another contribution that Panama makes on the migration issue with the collaboration of the international NGO that controls these issues, which is the International Organization for Migration. Nationals from places like China, of course, Uzbekistan, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and all of the TANs that reach there. The point is to leave the United States. There is no clear majority from any place. They are not many. The first flight carried 119 and it is expected that once the other 2 flights are completed, we will reach a number of about 360 people. It is not something massive.
And that's the news this hour. I'm Charles Pius. Thanks for watching. Take care.
I think it's a good step. Number one, the older people grow, the more experience they have. Am I right? And the more you dwell on a particular profession, the more expertise or skillful you become. So even 65 is okay, but if we can have people of 70 years, they can still be brought back into service that are active, I think is a good one. Because abroad, they employ old people that are skillful and are specialized in some field. So 65 is nice, but it could be better.
I don't see anything wrong about it, because with my perception of that profession, doctor, I believe it's an experienced profession. Okay, so if I walk up to any of the hospital, could be private hospital, could be general hospital, and I felt the doctor attending to me is of age, I feel there should be an experience in him, okay, because it's something that he has done for several years, practiced for several years. With that, I'll be able to have confidence in them. Like now, I had a fracture on my leg, so when I walk up when I was amending my leg, and the younger doctor were coming around, but I wasn't having the confidence. But when the surgeon came in, I saw it's an elderly. I said, oh, for such an elderly person to be in this field, we operate my leg with, experience. And I had a very good confidence about that. So I think that is a good one.
It's a good idea, because based on the unemployment I have, we have more youth that are finishing their NYSC, there's no job, lack of employment, and the rest of it. If they increase the doctors, I am not going against it fully, but the thing is they need to look at the other generation that is coming. So if they increase their retirement age, what provision the government make for the upcoming doctor that is coming? So is there any job for them, and all this we need to look at it.
Nice indeed. Nice. Because one of these days I saw something in YouTube a doctor want to undergo some operation like that, and he was watching a YouTube tutorial before he undergo that kind of a thing. You know, there are quite lots of these. But if we can use that old brain, and if they have that that old knowledge that they can treat and get it right, I think it's better. It's better like that. I like it that way. You get me right? Yeah, it's okay. I'm supporting that. Very, very support. I have that full confidence that those old men will do better than the younger ones, because they are no longer studying. How can you go on YouTube before you undergo a process like that? So I'm in support of that.
I think it's a good step. Number one, the older people grow, the more experience they have. Am I right? And the more you dwell on a particular profession, the more expertise or skillful you become. So even 65 is okay, but if we can have people of 70 years that can still be brought back into service that are active, I think is a good one. Because abroad, they employ old people that are skillful and are specialized in some field. So 65 is nice, but it could be better.
I don't see anything wrong about it, because with my perception of that profession, doctor, I believe it's an experienced profession. Okay, so if I walk up to any of the hospital, could be private hospital, could be general hospital, and I felt the doctor attending to me is of age, I feel there should be an experience in him, okay, because it's something that he has done for several years, practiced for several years. With that, I'll be able to have confidence in them. Like now, I had a fracture on my leg, so when I walk up to, when I was amending my leg, and the younger doctor were coming around, but I wasn't having the confidence. But when the surgeon came in, I saw it's an elderly. I said, oh, for such an elderly person to be in this field, we operate my leg with, experience. And I had a very good confidence about that. So I think that is a good one.
It's a good idea, because based on the unemployment I have, we have more youth that finishing their NYSC, there's no job, lack of employment, and the rest of it. If they increase the doctors, I am not going against it fully, but the thing is they need to look at the other generation that is coming. So if they increase their retirement age, what provision the government made for the upcoming doctor that is coming? So is there any job for them, and all this we need to look at it.
Nice indeed. Nice. Because one of these days I saw something in YouTube a doctor want to undergo some operation like that, and he was watching a YouTube tutorial before he undergo that kind of a thing. You know, there are quite lots of these. But if we can use that old brain, and if they have that that old knowledge that they can treat and get it right, I think it's better. It's better like that. I like it that way. You get me right? Yeah, it's okay. I'm supporting that. Very, very support. I have that full confidence that these old men will do better than the younger ones, because they are no longer studying. How can you go on YouTube before you undergo a process like that? So I'm in support of that.
Good afternoon and welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Happy Valentine's Day to you all out there. And of course, E-Vibes, I am my co-host, the producer, and every member of Signature TV is wishing you all a happy Valentine's Day. This is the entertainment show where you get the pop, arts, and culture. Of course, we'll be reviewing from some interesting stories to you, and of course, what is going on around town this Valentine's period. So don't forget, today's Friday, and of course we also have to review some interesting movies to you that you can possibly watch during the weekend, especially today being the Valentine's Day. So let's delve into the stories of the day. After finding himself in the heart of recent controversy, Nigerian media personality Nedu Wazobia has resigned from the popular podcast The Honest Bunch. In a statement shared on Instagram on Friday 14, 2025, Nedu said hosting the podcast had been a great experience, but the recent constant scrutiny and false accusations had become too much for him. He explained that stepping down was a tough decision, but necessary for his peace of mind and the future of the show. His resignation comes amid controversy stirred by social media critics Martin Ose, aka Very Dark Man, who accused him of demanding sex from movie roles from a female content creator, Jojo. Very Dark Man made the claims amid his ongoing face-off with stand-up comedian Dion, who had claimed to have evidence that Very Dark Man was gay during a recent appearance on the Honest Bunch podcast. Very Dark Man then threatened to release the names of all celebrities ENUGU had allegedly slept with in exchange for roles. Let's have a view of Very Dark Man's statement.
ENUGU, I remember when he said if I don't sleep with him, I will never blow. I won't cry my eyes out that day. I was like, is this the end of my dreams? Question mark. Omo, I said I want to go, that I can't do it. He said, okay, I should give him head. I said, God forbid, that he should just pay my transport, let me go home. From there, he unfollowed me and he no call me for skit again. Since then, I started to do skit self. Now, this is not a random girl. This is King Michi. That girl where they go around, they help different people, they touch lives. Right, so ENUGU once told her that if she's not going to sleep with him, that she can never blow. But God, now God hand blowing day. Now imagine the amount of girls when ENUGU don't take advantage of, the amount of girls when ENUGU don't sleep with. Now I can categorically tell you that one girl called Toka, he brings that one on the show to pimp that one. It's like an advert. You know, you advertise that girl out to a lot of married men. That one, a married man steady. He pimps that one out, right? Pimps that one out to people. Now, me, first things first, obviously, I am not gay. I can never be gay. Vagina, 100%. So as you can see, my own is false. But ENUGU, come outside now. Today now, I won't give you platform. Come outside now and deny this. Immediately you just deny them. If they born you well, deny them. Then we go straight. The name where you give me by yourself, say you chop, I bring them. In exchange for platform. You gonna learn. And guess what? Most of the girls that go on that show, I ain't gonna lie to you, you don't knock them. Most of the girls on the show, you don't knock them. So it's not like those girls went there because they merit it. No. So anybody where you see for that show, as a woman, just know.
Adeoju, my lawyer, calls me again in respect to you. I will start by listing all the girls when you don't fuck to give them platform. I'll start with the name of the one where you tell me by yourself. All of them, or they list them one. If they call me again today, down to the ones where come your podcast. And again, to all those people where they go to that podcast, since he can offer me a car, don't be a fool. You understand? You can collect money from him and go there. He makes money on YouTube, a lot of money. Collect money. Do you understand? Collect money to go and sit down there. What are you going there to do? Do you understand? And then secondly, if you know, well, I just know say the next person want to see there, it's either he pay ENUGU or ENUGU pay him. There's nothing original. It's not original. There's nothing like honest bunch. There's nothing honest about that bunch. The next idiot you see there, just know. And ENUGU, again, you have to still come. I want to do a podcast for you especially. I won't really know. Because that part where your wife no get remorse. Say she bring another man picking on your house. Your wife, they beat you. You don't forget how you take jump from up. I don't want to really touch you. But if let's say I go touch you, I feel say they don't leave you for this podcast. If you say you don't get wing. You don't follow me play. You gonna learn. You gonna learn, and you will learn the hard way. Don't play. I say, man, did you call me again? If the Jade or you call me today, like the man just say my phone ring. I pick up. Did you tell me say, VDN now? This ENUGU now. ENUGU just called me, and ENUGU is telling me that, man, did you call me again today? Name go just the drop. Don't play with me. You just say they play game with me? You think you're playing a game with me? Oh yeah, oh the topic is VDM today. No, now I'll make you the topic. You are actually the topic. You gonna learn. At the wait, let them call me again. You will see. Don't play. Yes, you gonna learn.
All right. As funny as it sounds, it was trending during the day. I think 2 days ago on TikTok, when this particular last video came up on social media, and the comment section was so serious because some people were like, "Very Dark Man is beginning to do too much." Some said he's beginning to act childish, and one person said, they should call him already. Let's know the real deal. Let's get to the root of this. We knowing who Very Dark Man is. He likes to go to the depth of a particular story. He must get to the depth of a particular story. And according to him, Nedu has been inviting him to the Honest Bunch podcast. He claimed that there is nothing honest in Honest Bunch podcast. Alleging the next video of a lady coming out to explain how he said she would not blow. That means she won't go viral if she doesn't lay on bed with him. I think Nedo's decision to take a resignation is good for his mental health, but I feel he still should come out and speak on his opinion if the things they're saying against him are true or false. Well, let's get our fingers crossed. Of course, we'll still get to the roots of this matter. Rose Idibia, the mother of trending Nigerian musician Baba, has publicly asked his fiancée Natasha Osewaru to release him. Mrs. Idibia made this call 24 hours after her son proposed to Osewaru, an Edo State lawmaker, on Wednesday. Baba's real name, Innocent Idibia, made headlines after proposing to Osewaru weeks after announcing his divorce after estranged wife Annie. According to the singer's mother, he is not in his right senses at the moment. In a trending video that surfaced on social media, she argued that his ongoing divorce from Annie has affected his mental health and well-being. Mrs. Idibia subsequently called all mothers to beg Natasha to free her son. Let's have a view of that.
Good evening, Nigerians. My name is Mrs. Rose Idibia. This message is for Miss Natasha Osauru of Edo State. I'm calling on all mothers in Nigeria to help me beg her to release or to free my son. My son is going through a divorce process and he's clearly not in his right senses. I know my son. This is not him. Please, Natasha, the bead you put on his hand and on his neck, remove them and free him.
All right, this is a mother calling other mothers to please plead on Natasha's behalf. But how sure are we that she's holding him captive? I mean, Two-Face is a grown man. I don't know. Honestly, yes. How possible is it that you're going through a divorce and you're planning to get married immediately after? The divorce is not even finalized and you're planning to get married immediately after. So I won't blame his mom for saying she tied him to something or she's holding him captive. And of course, he's not in his right senses. He's supposed to heal normally. That's how it's supposed to be. You're meant to go through your divorce procedures. After the divorce, you can take another wife. So to her, she feels it is not ordinary. So she's calling on mothers. Mothers out there, please help beg Natasha to free Mrs. Rose Idibia's son, Two-Face Idibia. Let's move forward. In an interview with Channels Television, the executive producer of the Headies Award said the American-based award show is now more popular and celebrated among the average Nigerian music fans than the local Headies Award that for 2 decades have awarded excellence in Nigerian music. He further stated that Nigerians support American awards while neglecting the local awards, with the foreign music industry won't do the same. In the interview, he shared that the motivation to create the Hip Hop World magazine was to promote and support Nigerian entertainment. The CEO of HIP TV further stated that the Nigerian creative industry needs governmental support and patronage to reach its full potential. Since its inception in 2006, the Headies Award, which initially started as the Hip Hop World Award, has celebrated Nigerian music with an annual ceremony. Speaking on the struggles the award has faced in recent times, Nation said that it doesn't make economic sense for the award to be held annually. This accounts for the recent gap here where the award wasn't held in 2024 and the decision to hold the 2022 and 2023 edition in the United States. The nominations list for the 17th Headies edition was recently announced ahead of the April 5th ceremony that will see the award return to Nigeria after 2 editions in Atlanta, USA. I second what he said because I was going through social media. I know you say I'm always going through social media. I got to see, what was the caption? Meet celebrities that attended the Headies Award this year. And people in the comment sections were like, the Headies has already been held, no publicity, nothing, we know nothing about it, there was nothing said about it, not even in the news or anything. So he's saying that Grammys is getting more publicity here in Nigeria than the Headies Award, which is our own, needs the government to look into it. According to them, it was taken to Atlanta in USA to be held because of the economic crisis. So apparently 2024, 2022, 2023 Headies Award was not held here. But let's look up to April 5th and see what they have in stock for us. Now let's go into the foreign scene. Kanye West needs a new muse because his relationship with Bianca Censori is donezo. Ye and Bianca have split and are hustling towards a divorce. According to the Daily Mail, citing a source close to the rapper, both sides have reached out to divorce attorneys. The split comes on the heels of Kanye and Bianca's controversial appearance at the Grammys and Ye's anti-Semitic, hateful and misogynistic social media rants where he declared himself a Nazi and praised Adolf Hitler. It's been just 11 days since Kanye paraded a nearly naked Bianca around the Grammys red carpet when he told her to drop her fur coat and reveal her see-through dress. Kanye and Bianca were spotted having fun and engaged in some serious PDA at the Grammys after party, but apparently the feeling did not last. A couple of days after the Grammys, Kanye went on a wide rant on X, and things got so bad that he started posting porns promoting Elon Musk to censor his account, which reportedly led to Ye deactivating it. I'm surprised the way you're surprised, because this couple are couples that are not shy or embarrassed to flaunt themselves out there to the world. Yes, ever since we began to see Bianca Censori and Ye in an event, she dresses in, I don't know, but we all saw the whole Grammy drama and the internet was buzzing. And of course Ye came and said he has dominion over her and she likes what she's wearing, and of course he has, I mean, as a man he has dominion over his wife, and of course if she's comfortable with whatever she's wearing, he's cool with it. But we all are surprised that they're calling for a divorce. That is after the after party of the Grammy Award. We've not gotten a clear story or reason why they're actually calling for a divorce, but trust me, we are definitely going to get that to you. But right now, Bianca Sensori and Kanye West are going for a divorce. Alright, at Nebo Cape Town, the only outpost of the renowned Japanese Peruvian fashion restaurant in South Africa, head chef Nikki King is preparing a special Valentine's Day menu. The restaurant is part of the international ENUGU brand created by Chef Nobu. Sits in a one and only resort with views of the Atlantic Ocean and Table Mountain. King, newly appointed to lead the kitchen, has crafted a 5-course menu using locally sourced ingredients. The menu includes Saldahan Bay oysters, salmon beetroot steam with caviar, and grilled lamb loins with truffle, tosazu sauce, and confit figs. King is also focused on mentoring young local chefs in her kitchen. Noble Cape Town is known for its high-ended seafood and fusion of Japanese and Peruvian cuisines, a hallmark of the global Noble brand. Of course, it is expected that most lounges, restaurants, and big places like this would have something special on this very special Valentine's Day. But let's take a look at that.
What I've realized when it comes to Nobu is that you can guide and motivate them into the Nobu tradition and the history and the food, but they physically need to practically work. That's how they actually learn the skill. It's not something which you can teach someone out of a book. Talking out of experience, being actually a pastry chef, I practically and physically had to work and started with all the sections, bit by bit, learning the ingredients and learning the products and how they actually put the dishes together. It does not happen overnight. But because of passion, dedication, and really wanting to learn what Nobu is all about and their products and their dishes, you eventually get there. It's the passion that drives you and actually get you. I never thought that I would be able to work this section, and now I love it. Our Valentine's menu for 2025 was a whole team effort. All the guys, all the chefs in the kitchen came together. Everybody gave their ideas, their input, and we combined everything and we created the most beautiful little set menu for lovers. Like that. I think the fact that he's such a humble person, you will never, when you meet him, you will never ever say that he is that top chef. He's very strict, he's very precise, he loves discipline, and I'm all for that. Self-discipline, discipline, do what you need to do always go the extra mile to try and better, because I believe there's always room for improvement. Here we go. Now we wait.
Normally better, right? Wow.
Beautiful. So while I will be preparing my I think all the dishes is it's elegant, it's simple, it's got beautiful bright colors. It just brings out positive energy.
Alright, like I said, a lot of lounges, restaurants, so many places are getting ready for Valentine's Day. So don't feel pressured if you're not going anywhere. Don't feel pressured at all. You can still enjoy Valentine at the comfort of your zone. Of course, I'm going to review some interesting movies for you. So yeah. Alright, so florist Blink has picked a stem of white Horis stock flowers as she prepare a bouquet in her Paris shop. A pet flower shop named Fleurivore Edible Flowers Bouquet are on sales for romantic wishing to buy the traditional gifts for Valentine's Day. Open since 2018, the shop in the French capital Tent arrondissement works with around 10 local producers around France as part of a push against imported flowers, many of which are cultivated in completely unacceptable condition, both humanly and ecologically, Pate said. France counts around 150 pieces of edible flowers, Pate said, and no red roses. The traditional romantic Valentine's flowers are on sales in Fleurivore. The shop usually works with businesses who often use edible flowers for gastronomic creations, including cocktail bar Biso. Biso bartender Alicia Gauthier Rios delighted customer on Wednesday night with a cocktail made with lavender and violets. Let's have a view of that.
I can show you the Hori stock. It's interesting because it looks a bit like a big ice cream. This is a flower I very much like. It's a flower with interesting flavors, a bit close to cloves and black radish. I think it's nice to make a dish of it with some cottage cheese. Traditionally, flowers come from around the world. Around 85% come from abroad, from China, Colombia, and so it's a product that travels quite a lot and are very, very polluting. And they are produced in completely unacceptable conditions in human and ecological terms. We have to explain all these points to consumers, to our customers who are not used to it, because traditionally, flowers are only for decoration and are not for consumption. And so we don't really ask questions about production, how they are produced, where they come from. Valentine's Day is also an important day for flower ecology, since we have so many customers saying, "I need my red rose." And so we make the effort to explain that red roses for Valentine's Day, that doesn't really work for us. And we tell them that there are many other flowers that are very beautiful and could celebrate passion and love as well without coming from the other side of the world and laying waste to the earth. I tend to recommend the carnations, because these are flowers that almost look like roses and are quite known. So it's a bit of a recognizable element. People don't feel lost with carnations.
Alright, it's at this point I got to understand we the Nigerian ladies why we get offended when they give us flowers. But of course it's a season of flowers. Your loved ones would offer flowers to you. But the fact that these are edible flowers, now I understand why Nigerian ladies will always be like, why are you giving me flowers? Do I look like a goat that you're giving flowers to? But trust me, this is a season of love. For spouses, family, a season of kindness, of purity, peace. It's a season of giving. So expect flowers from anybody, male friends, female friends, father, mother, brothers, sisters. That's all we have for you in the news segment. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, I would recommend some interesting movies for you to watch. So stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. You're still watching A-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is our movie train segment, where of course I have to recommend some interesting movies. I have movies that have to do with Valentine, love, and what sort. So first we have Heart's Eyes. Heart's Eyes is a 2025 American romantic slasher film directed by Joss Ruben and written by Philip Murphy, Christopher London, who also produces, and Michael Kennedy. The film star Olivia Holt, Mason Golden, Gigi Zombardo, Michelle Watkin, Devil Sawa, and Jordana Brewster. Now, Heart's Eyes was theoretically released on February 7th, 2025 by Sony Pictures, releasing in North America, and by Republic Pictures through Paramount Pictures. Intentionally, the film received generally positive reviews from critics and has grossed $10 million worldwide. For the past several years, the Heart's Eyes killer has wreaked havoc on Valentine's Day by stalking and murdering romantic couples. This Valentine's Day, no couple is safe. And up next, we have An Unexpected Valentine. A chance encounter on Valentine's Day brings Anna and Finn together as they race through New York City to return a lost engagement ring and save one couple's special day. It's Valentine's Day in Manhattan. Finn, an artistic photographer who is moving in a new direction in highlighting human figures in his work rather than just photographing landscapes, needs to supplement his income by driving for a rideshare car service, although many of his non-human transport deliveries this day are in support of love and romance. He is a bit cynical about the love himself, although he loves meeting people to talk about their lives. Of his passengers of human variety, his last drop off this afternoon is Hannah, a product developer for a chocolate company, who, unlike Finn, is a hopeful romantic who, between boyfriends, was initially planning a curling up on the sofa by herself this evening.
Ring.
We?
It's Valentine's Day.
Takes you somewhere unexpected.
We're in this together now. I started off this day saying I wanted some quiet night in. And instead you got...
I think you're pretty special. An Unexpected Valentine on Hallmark Channel.
At a core, real love is a feel-good romance with plenty of drama. The story follows Tomide's social media influencer and Rachel, an influencer whose first meeting is anything but friendly. They start off as a total enemies, but with a crazy idea from Tomide's fiancé, Imani. They end up pretending to be a couple to boost Tomide's online fame. Things take an unexpected turn when Rachel actually falls for Tomide, not knowing he has a fiancé. Meanwhile, Tomide's fiancé finds out about his growing feelings for Rachel and breaks things off. As if that wasn't enough, she tips off a whistleblower exposing all his secrets. With romance, heartbreak, and the messy side of social media, Real Love delivers a fun and emotional ride that keeps the audience entertained. So this movie it's actually on cinema today. So of course, if you don't have a Valentine and maybe you're feeling bored, you can go to the cinema to see movies like this, especially Real Love. You can watch Unexpected Love, Heart's Eyes, at the comfort of your zone, maybe with your laptop or your TV from Netflix. So give me a thanks and the flowers for that. I tried, didn't I? Alright, this is where we draw the curtain for the entertainment show this hour. Follow us on all our social media platforms. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Join us same time tomorrow. I remain your baby girl, Queenette Swokonta. Enjoy your Valentine's Day, enjoy your weekend, and enjoy the rest of your day. Bye.
I think it's a good step. Number one, the older people grow, the more experience they have. Am I right? And the more you dwell on a particular profession, the more expertise or skillful you become. So even 65 is okay, but if we can have people of 70 years, they can still be brought back into service that are active, I think is a good one. Because abroad, they employ old people that are skillful and are specialized in some field. So 65 is nice, but it could be better.
I don't see anything wrong about it, because with my perception of that profession, doctor, I believe it's an experienced profession. Okay, so if I walk up to any of the hospital, could be private hospital, could be general hospital, and I felt the doctor attending to me is of age, I feel there should be an experience in him, okay, because it's something that he has done for several years, practiced for several years. With that, I'll be able to have confidence in them. Like now, I had a fracture on my leg, so when I walk up when I was amending my leg, and the younger doctor were coming around, but I wasn't having the confidence. But when the surgeon came in, I saw it's an elderly. I said, oh, for such an elderly person to be in this field, would operate my leg with, experience. And I had a very good confidence about that. So I think that is a good one.
It's a good idea, because based on the unemployment I have, we have more youth that finishing their NYSC, there's no job, lack of employment, and the rest of it. If they increase the doctors, I am not going against it fully, but the thing is they need to look at the other generation that is coming. So if they increase their retirement age, what provision the government made for the upcoming doctor that is coming? So is there any job for them, and all this we need to look at it.
Nice indeed. Nice. Because one of these days I saw something in YouTube. A doctor wants to undergo some operation like that, and he was watching a YouTube tutorial before he undergo that kind of a thing. You know, there are quite lots of these. But if we can use that old brain, and if they have that that old knowledge that they can treat and get it right, I think it's better. It's better like that. I like it that way. Is that me right? Yeah, it's okay. I'm supporting that. Very, very support. I have that full confidence that these old men will do better than the younger ones, because they are no longer studying. How can you go on YouTube before you undergo a process like that? So I'm in support of that.
I think it's a good step. Number one, the older people grow, the more experience they have. Am I right? And the more you dwell on a particular profession, the more expertise or skillful you become. So even 65 is okay, but if we can have people of 70 years, they can still be brought back into service that are active, I think is a good one. Because abroad, they employ old people that are skillful and are specialized in some field. So 65 is nice, but it could be better.
I don't see anything wrong about it, because with my perception of that profession, doctor,
So it's Valentine's Day, February 14, the day that everyone's been waiting for. How are you? How are thou? So Valentine's means so many different things to so many persons, all right? And so for some persons, it's just sharing love. For some of us, it's sharing themselves. For some of us, it's just giving back to the society. I've seen people do philanthropic jobs, on a day like this. Beyond just the relationship that comes between a man and a woman, people go outside their way in going to different motherless babies' homes to share love, to give gifts, just to remember those people who have nothing, absolutely nothing, they feel they could live for. More than anything else, I believe that Valentine's should be giving meaning to life for those who do not have such meanings at all. There are people who are around us who don't feel loved, who don't think that they are loved because of what the society has turned them into. I mean, they think that love should be shared this way. Nobody, wants to be in a place where they're not loved. Nobody wants to, attract a love that can be toxic at the end of the day. Nobody wants to do that. Everybody wants to feel love, be in a place of love. And that love stems beyond just the relationship between the man and the woman, but the love that the government also have with the people and to the people, and also reciprocal. The love that the government have for the people and the love that the people have for the government, so much so that they obey and respect whatever it is that the policies of government would do for them. But I'm not sure that we have found love between the government and the people in the last almost 2 years of this government administration. I'm not even sure about the last 10 years. Because the policies of government does not show that they truly love the people. Because if they do love the people, we wouldn't have labor unions planning to go on a protest march against policies of this government, specifically in regards to tariffs for the telecommunications on the 1st of March. I mean, if we have love in this country, we wouldn't have people kidnapping people. If we have love in this country, we wouldn't have government siphoning monies that are meant for the healthcare, development, and growth of the economy. If we really truly have love, because that's for me what love is, I mean, sharing prosperity, sharing ourselves to the point of achieving a goal that is mutually beneficial for both parties. But if these things are eroded, and then there's no relationship because someone is gaining much more than the other. So it is just crazy that most people have reduced this love to just a man and a woman relationship. So more than anything that you do today, as you go out to love today, reflect on these issues as it relates to your life, to the life of the next person, and endeavor to make sure you do it right. Remember also, not drink and don't drive, and do not do things that you regret later. It's just another day. The same things you could do today, you could do them tomorrow. And do not beat yourself or do not kill yourself if you don't have love today. The one who doesn't have love today can have tomorrow. And the one who thinks they have love today may not have tomorrow. But the prayer is everyone should be satisfied and contented with the love that they have right now. Thank you for joining us. Welcome, everyone. This is the Valentine's special broadcast on Signature TV here on this channel. We're going straight to the headlines on our dailies right now. Welcome back. We're going straight to the Punch newspaper this morning. Southwest Governor's plan joins operation against ISWAP terrorists. Federal government ex-envoy slam Canada for denying military chiefs visas. Still on the Punch newspaper, Yahoo boys now involved in ritual killings, banditry. EFCC chair speaks. Northwest communities blame fresh killings on troops withdrawal. 54.99 trillion naira budget. Experts list funding hurdles as debt servicing takes 14 trillion naira. Lawmakers approve 344.85 billion naira for themselves. Salaries, overheads gulp huge share of budget. Customs deliver 3,897 arms, ammunition to control center. Loan controversy on Nasanya defends self in court. Ogun, Ondo clash over ownership of oil rich island. This is Signature TV. I hope you're having a good time today, wherever you are right now watching us anywhere in the world. Remember, you can follow us on all social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. That's Signature TV News. All right. Over now to the Tribune newspaper. The Nigerian Tribune newspaper this morning. Loan controversy on Nasanya appears in courts to clear name. It's civil matter, loan fully paid. Otudeko's lawyers tell courts. National Assembly passes 54.9 trillion naira 2025 budget. Southwest governors to set up joint team to combat ISWAP's threats. to establish food inflation joint monitoring team. Southwest Development Commission HQ to be at Cocoa House, Ibadan. Nigeria meets OPEC's crude oil production quota of 1.5 million barrels per day. NSA lashes at Canadian Embassy for denying CD's other senior military officers visa. 3 drunk London-Lagos bound Air Peace passengers arrested at MIA. All the details you can find on the Nigerian Tribune. Federal government to reduce agencies of government at seaports to 7 to dredge Apapa Tinkan Port to 17 meters. All right, over now to the Vanguard newspaper just above the mast. Oyetola reaffirms commitment to marine resource development. National Assembly passes 54.9 trillion naira 2025 budget. Visa denial. Canada can go to hell. Ribadu defense chief speaks. 1949 massacre of coal miners. Families sue federal government, UK government, others. 1949 massacre of coal miners. Families sue federal government, UK government, and others. Banks limiting ATM withdrawal below 20,000 naira face CBN penalty. Telecoms, MTN backpedals, reverses 200% data tariff hike. With the rider, Labour demands sanctions over alleged impunity. Influx of ISWAP, Boko Haram, Southwest Boys, mall creation of joint security outfit. Loan controversy, Onasanya goes to court to clear name. In sports, 2025 Under-20 AFCON, Flying Eagles in group of death. Senate asks federal government to repair bad roads nationwide. All the details on the Vanguard newspaper, and now on the Blueprints newspaper. IGP false audit report seeks discredits closed-door investigation. With the writer, Customs hands over seized 3,897 rifles, cartridges to Arms Control Center. Weapons will be treated in line with international conventions, says NSA. National Assembly passes 54.9 trillion naira 2025 budget after 750 billion naira increase. Include Northeast in superhighway project. Senate charges federal government. NOA and SCC partner to address the challenges facing senior citizens. Wike pledges to complete crucial infrastructure and teacher strike. Alleged 2.5 billion naira fraud 7 years after court acquits ex-NBC DG Kawu and others. National Assembly passes 54.99 trillion naira budget. That's on the Daily Times newspaper. National Assembly passes 54.99 trillion naira 2025 budget. Missing 3,907 firearms. Police false Auditor General's report. Make recruitment of lists class graduates into DSS. National Policy DG tells federal government. NNPC reduces petrol pump price to 945 naira per litre. Well, I hope that this announcement takes immediate effect, because sometimes we hear this announcement and then when you go to the filling station where you're supposed to see the effects of the so-called announcement, it tends to be like false claims or maybe a lie. Crackdown, troops neutralize 73 terrorists, recover 2 calibrated aircraft engines. Troops neutralize 73 terrorists, recover 2 calibrated aircraft engines. On the Guardian newspaper this morning, electricity as medicine, hidden costs of providing healthcare in darkness. Critics question priorities as National Assembly passes record 54.99 trillion naira budget. Southwest Governor's partner on regional development plan joins security team against bandits. Asaba bans activities of unregistered native doctors. Loan controversy, Onasanya appears in courts to clear name. NSA criticizes Canadian Embassy for refusing CDS, others visa. MTN pegs call rates at 3 naira per minute. Apologizes for 200% data price hike. Customs intercepts large cache of arms, ammunition in Lagos. UI medical students protest falls Hall's exemption from restored power to UCH. All the details on the Guardian. And now to the Daily Trust. On the Daily Trust, Ribadu tackles Canada for denying CDS others visas. We will state our position. Embassy speaks. Lassa fever kills 70 persons in 1 month. Minimum wage workers shot FCT schools, council secretariats. We must get communities to defend themselves. DSS DJ speaks. Yobe photographer breaks Guinness World Records. Southwest governors to establish joint security surveillance team. UTME parents, candidates express frustration at registration centers. National Assembly passes 54.99 trillion naira 2025 budget. We're back to the studio right now with the expert reviewer in the studio, Chris Maduka. Good to have you. Happy Valentine's Day.
Good morning, Charles. Your Valentine is here already. You talk so much about it, and he's here. Good morning, the world, and with a lot of love from the studios of Signature Television headquarters in ENUGU. We say love to everybody. Pursue love, show it, exhibit it. And Charles, you appear in glamorous and draper.
Yeah, there's no red on it, so I'm not celebrating it.
I'm not saying, I don't know why you're so... I did say you're celebrating, I just say you're looking good. And that's good to see you. I love that, you know. In the spirit of love, when you drop this, you give it to me. And that's what's love, sharing, is it not?
Absolutely. I mean, there's love in sharing. I'm not sure that my size can fit yours.
Don't worry about it. Just when you drop it for me to, well, don't worry what I do to it. Like the Igbo proverb said, when you drop the bones for the dogs, don't bother what the dog do with it.
Absolutely.
How it's going to fight the spirits to eat the bone.
Fair enough. But I'm not sure there is love between Canada and the Nigerian government.
It's unfortunate it's happening at this time. But, you know, the love is when there is this music when we are growing, they say, Onye kene Sonny, Sonny kene ya. If you greet Sonny, Sonny will greet you. Nigerian, you know, why are we sulking? Whenever we have a little diplomatic issue, the guys who are wearing the shoe know how much, where he's spending them. It's just like what Trump is doing. A lot of people, you want to decide how you want to arrange your house. And you have the house on your house. So it's like whatever, you know, the way you treat me, the measure is biblical. I like using that. Not that I am so religious, but there are certain things about that holy book, the wonderful book. It's that the measure to which you give to others is what measure they use for you. If this is the measure you used to weigh things for me, this is the measure I will use to weigh for you. So why sulking? What is good for the geese is good for the gander. Nigerians have embassy and consulates in all over the world. You're free to either give visa or refuse. Just like embassy. Incidentally, it's embassy in Nigeria. And they have their own reasons. So if we sulk too much and make so much noise, it needs... And there's a way, the proverb of the Igbos, he said, there's a way you cry and be hitting your chest. It means you're showing the spirit where your life is. So why sulking? It's like you a country, sovereign country, Ghana, Canada. Nigeria is also a sovereign country. And if you give reasons why you are a lesser sovereign country in a diplomatic issue, you're not helping yourself. There are certain things we start saying, it shows that we don't even have it. We are more pained. We are more pained than that. Most. Our CDS go to Canada. You ask yourself. So if you think you are going to Canada and what you're going to Canada is either mutually beneficial or very good for the Nigeria, is it that there's no other place they sold, you know, I mean, things that where you can get the services or whatever you are going to get in Canada, are there that all the friends of Nigeria are true? And it doesn't mean when you receive visa to one highly ranking Nigerian officer that Canada is now in diplomatic row with Nigeria. It's not true. We are 240 million. A lot of Nigerians have received visas and it's not on record. So why is this different? It's time that we begin to make, you know, reflect and look at certain things. Even the people who handle certain diplomatic issues, you get to a point where you say, let's not even talk too much, hit our chest, not to show the spirits where our life is. That's the way I will just end that.
Right. I mean, there's just so much to reflect on in that particular matter. For the NSA to come out to speak on that issue, and for the military personnel to even say it openly. Sometimes when people have this denial, when Nigerians have this denial, they really don't say it. For that level, you wonder why. They are going for an official visit. Some persons would also say it's a good thing so that they could feel what Nigerians feel when they get their visit.
Yeah, it's not the day a child spills the oil that you scold the child. It's the day the child spills the byproduct of oil, the ogulu.
Oh.
The ogulu manu. The ogulu manu is that when you remove the oil of palm, the palm oil, that is the leftover that is thick and sludgy. That is the ogulu. So the day a child spills the main oil is surprising. But the parents did not scold the child that much. Then another day the child spills the ogulu. And it's like the child is scolded to a point where the child starts saying, "What is ogulu I spilled?" They say, "Remember the other day you spilled the oil." Nigerians should go back for self-reflection. And that's what I'm saying. That's the proverb of the bone of silence. And for issues of diplomatic level at that level, probably we can only say it this way. But those ones who are at the top, the views are clearer. Just like the Canadians. The views are clearer why they have to even refuse a very high-ranking Nigeria visa to come to their country. No matter how you do it, you cannot cry more than the bereaved.
All right. So some other interesting headlines as it concerns the polity, the people and those who have survived the 1949 massacre are taking the UK and the Nigerian government to court over that particular incident.
Very interesting.
Very interesting, really.
You know why? The Igbo proverb that says, "Okuru chezo onye ogba ga-echeta," comes to mind. The person that has spoken, it might take years, we forget. But the person you talked to, we always remember. Ajoku tuebu. A bad talk can only gather moist and the mold. It cannot, rotten. Any bad issue people have committed. Slavery. Why do we have, what do you call it, museums and things that will remind us of slave trade? It's just because we refuse to forget. We might forgive, but we can't forget. And that's what happened. You know what the trauma, psychological, physical, and all, economic, political, people suffered in 1949? When we were growing up, they were telling us the story. When we grow up and we were kids, there are some relations of mine, an uncle. You know what it means those days? ENUGU is the America of most of the Southeast people to go and work the civil service. If you play back the music of Osito Sadebe, of Oluigbo, Osito Sadebe of blessed memory, the Oluigbo tells that particular track, Oluigbo, tells the story of coal mine in Enugu. So Oluigbo went to do job in Enugu, but he was killed. The trauma the family suffered, of Oluigbo suffered, was enough for a star like Osito Sadebe to replicate it in the music. And it's still there. So even if you forget 1949, the Osito Sadebe's music that you play and dance every day, Oluigbo, Oluigbo, people will have not forgotten. There are grandchildren, great-grandchildren of people who by now, because most of the rich and the well-to-do classes of Igbo land were people who came to mine and work with the colonial masters. And because of what they call declaration of self-interest, they were ordered to be killed and murdered because they were looking for welfare of the... These are people who are mining gold for the colonial masters. They are exporting, using it for whatever, to power the hydro, the electricity, and all of them they export to their countries, and they were having money. And these people were seeing that the money, this is a very lucrative business. But you, like the Bible said, went to tie the mouth of the the camel, the horse that you know, threshes the corn. Ade Ekechi, Efinazo Choka, Ono. That's what the colonial master did. And they think over time they will no. So even it's a cause for reflection to the powers that be today that kill men, harass people, intimidate. And that's why I say, when we go on perpetuating this culture of hatred, wickedness, sometime in the future, the history will be told. Assuming, Charles, I have issue with you, you eliminate me today. I have children. If you do not succeed in eliminating everything that has to do with me, someday it will leak to my great, long after I've gone, you have killed me. And they will say, remember, read the history, how your father died. Then the person start tracing the great-grand of those who killed their great-grand, and they reopen the case. At that time, only God knows how they're going to reopen it. Because whatever you sow, you reap. So I support. For whichever way, we go to court to settle it. Let the court of competent jurisdiction settle this. And you know, Nigerians, Africans talked about restitution or whatever. It was Abiola that played a part of his campaign. And Abiola is not here today to talk about it. He was talking about the first time I heard about restitution. And I was thinking about it. They said, pay us back for having to come here to, not by willingness, the volunteer. They were coerced, kidnapped, tortured, shipped like goats and cattle to Liverpool and made them to work their sweat and blood under very inhuman condition to develop this. And those cities they develop and the countries they develop are still there. And you want people, even in our own, to forget. They're still being talked about. So that was Okuluchezo Onyogwargecheta. If you have spoken badly today to somebody, you broke the heart, and you did some things, and the person suffers it. You think the person he will never forget. He can only forgive you. And that's what the good religion, the good books ask. You ask for forgiveness. But in most cases, I didn't see where he said forget. We can't forget we are black people. We can't forget that some of us are descendants of people who were killed because they came to Enugu to mine coal. We can't forget. We can't forgive. We go to court and said, we forgive you. But let me put on record what really happened. Why should these people be killed? And if there are some things that come out of it, you get to a point where you say, okay, we notice you have been hurt. If they're going to be what you call the reconciliation and apologies, you say, we are sorry for this. There were things that were started to happen recently. Only when Trump came, that the issue of Kennedy and how he was murdered came up, and it was declared open, no more discreet and reserved information. And then, if there were things that CIA did and they need to apologize to certain people, it's time to do it. And once that is done, that's at the point we're talking about forgive and forget. You can't beat a child and say, do not cry. No matter how long it takes the child to cry, you can only say, sorry. But when the child is cried enough and decide to forget and forgive, it's left to that child. Our people were beaten, killed, and some people who are their descendants are still mourning them and crying. Only when they are adequately talked to and discussed with and dialogue with, that you can think about the next step of forgiving and forgetting. Charles, that's about it. So let them go ahead. Let's see the World Court. After all, the World Court has been some kind of not beef of activity, or whichever court where they want to put the case. We need to talk about it and get going with it, instead of having that in our hearts.
All right, the National Assembly has passed the 2025 budget into law. That's 54.9 trillion naira. What for you would you like to see this budget do by December this year?
Reduction in hardship and hunger. We don't want to deal with figures and figures and figures. Why some people are going to the bank, smiling to the bank, declaring large profits. 98% of Nigerians are languishing in squalor, abject poverty, and a life that doesn't worth nothing in the eyes of people who are in higher authorities for us. That's what I want. I don't want a situation every day, Nigerian Bureau of Statistics in real now figures that doesn't count a bear, have a direct bearing on our lives. It's all deception. We want to see real issues, even if it's one. I want at the end of it all, let the regulation of the market declare refined petroleum product come down to 600 naira. At least, I'm not setting price. If it can come lower, all well and good. I want to see a situation where the unemployment in Nigeria, I mean, the percentage of unemployment, reduces drastically. I would like to see a situation where housing is looked into, that's high rated. I want to see a reduction. Let the Nigerian mega inflation or hyperinflation reduce to a single figure. I want a situation where the interest rate of borrowing for the manufacturing sectors. I want all this. Yesterday we are looking at what somebody will pay to clear goods, and whatever is in the containers we do not know. Whether there are materials needed for pharmaceutical, for health industry. We don't know whether they are for production of food, materials, or whatever. But they also say 40-feet container, 500,000 naira, 26 million to clear. Some of those figures I can't remember. We were looking at yesterday. Then I ask you, now this leg now I go take reach Omaya. It's not about high level of budget figures that Nigeria is already running, even until they declared they approved the budget yesterday. Nigeria has run for a month and 14 days. So what happened? Are they going to apply the budget in retrospect, in review, or the backpedal it? A Nigerian budget should start counting from the first day. Why all these, why? And you will still imagine that in December 2025, the same government, the same people, if they are still there, will still make the same mistake of bringing a budget to the House Assembly with so much events at very late. And these are bags of papers and figures that they require almost 6 months to study. And then what it means is that you just want to bring the figures. You don't even want people to go through it. Because you're required to put a workforce of over 100 people working 24 hours in 1 month to be able to go through those documents. And that's what, if you bring it at 15th of December, you want. Now, it has taken us up to 15th of January, then to 15th, almost 15th of February, before we could even make a headway out of it, of getting the National Assembly. And National Assembly is those who say yes, say yeah. Those who say nah, you won't hear anything. Though the year have it. That's it. We want a situation where they subject our budget to critical reviews, look at figures, because a lot of things will pass under this when people will see it. But people who prepare this deliberately would have put in, is in Nigeria we hear about budget padding and budget on padding. And I asked, is budget in Nigeria now in a woman private part that they use a sanitary pad? Why padding it? God bless Nigeria. Let's move on.
Right. Interesting conversation here. We're seeing that the Southwest governors are looking to set up a joint security team to tackle the influx of ISWAP and Boko Haram into the Southwest. I mean, we've talked about this over and over again. And
very interesting.
It does look like ISWAP headed towards the Southwest. We'd never hear any of those in the Southeast. I don't know what's going on in the Southwest that the governors feel, because it's the governors of the Southwest, even though without evidence, saying that there's an influx of ISWAP members. Yes, they are chief security officer. They should have all information even beyond, what we journalists are exposed to. But I still find it difficult that all of the times they've spoken about the ISWAP getting into the Southwest, but there haven't been a clear evidence showing that, look, at this time of the day, at this time of the morning, this number of persons entered, this is the vehicle that brought them in. Do you think these guys are flying kites?
They're not flying kites. All I want to encourage the Southwest to go on. Because in my place, by the way, whenever you see somebody saying, say, in my place, that's how you know a stranger. So when you see me, you know that in my place, that's a saying that says, when an animal run a bad run, the hunter will shoot a bad shoot. And then just like the ENUGU, the legendary bird that flies without pitch, then the hunter has decided to start shooting without aiming. The Southwest governors are on the right track because Anuba Joso Abayajebu. That is only where. When the bad animal is, you re-strategize. That overused word in government circle, re-strategizing, So if things happen and they have need to re-strategize, there is always, it's not knocked on marbles. So the Southwest governors are doing wonderful work. People hate to be compared. Not comparing the Southwest governors with the Southeast governors, because I know in their wisdom, they must be doing something. And these are all about security issues. But I just pray and wish they are doing something. Because if you are a slave, you attend the burial ceremony of a fellow slave, and you see how your fellow slave is being buried, just know the same fate awaits you. So if there are influx of these people,
recording in progress,
his likelihood there are influx of the same people in Southeast, South, and all the Souths, and all the, of Nigeria, because they are not flying any kite. They are saying it, and they are not joking. They are coming out to the press, declaring the strategy they've come up with and what they want to do to make sure and to prove to the people of the world that somebody owns this cloth that's being eaten by goat. That's what is governance.
Let's hear.
Thank you very much.
Let's leave it here.
God bless Nigeria.
Chris Madukamili, thanks for insights on the issues on our front burners this morning. We're back shortly after this short break. Do stay with us. Somebody's on the phone.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
My duties to the best of my ability.
The promise of a more inclusive development became more realistic on Tuesday as the federal government inaugurated the Southeast and Northwest Development Commissions. The Minister of Regional Development, Abubakar Momo, who performed the inauguration ceremony, charged the board members to spearhead development in infrastructure, agriculture, security, and foster regional cooperation in their respective zones. The minister said the people deserve the best of development, expressing to see greater development brought closer to the grassroots. He advised the commissions to come up with master plans for development in their zones and partner with the state government and security agencies to promote security in the region.
We have just witnessed the swearing-in of members of the two new regional commissions, the Southeast and Northwest Development Commission, bringing to fore the journey towards complementing the efforts of other government agencies in bringing development closer to the grassroots. This occasion marks a critical milestone in our collective commitment to fostering balanced, sustainable and inclusive development across all regions of our great nation. The establishment of these commissions is a proof of the federal government's dedication to addressing regional disparities, promoting economic growth, and improving the quality of life for our citizens.
These commissions are designed to foster balanced growth, bridge disparities, and ensure that every Nigerian, regardless of location, enjoys the dividends of democracy. From roads and bridges to smart agriculture, food security, and clean energy, these commissions will spearhead critical infrastructure projects that catalyze economic growth and uplift the quality of life of our people.
The chairman of the Senate Committees on Southeast and Northwest Development Commissions promised effective oversight of the new commissions to enable them deliver on their mandates. In his remarks, Chairman Governing Board of Southeast Development Commissions, Emeka ENUGU, and his Northwest counterpart, Lawal Samaila Abdullahi, promised to develop a roadmap to bring development to their respective regions. Also speaking, managing directors of Northwest and Southeast Development Commissions appreciated the president for signing the bill into law and promised to address challenges in their respective regions.
Our agency's mandate is clear: to promote economic growth and development, improve infrastructure, and enhance quality of life of our citizens.
The creation of this organization and putting its leadership together is a testament to his style of leadership, and we can only leverage this platform to pay him back with results, impact, and ensuring that we judiciously use the resources being bestowed upon us.
Deputy Governor of Anambra State, Onyeka Ibezim, who was at the ceremony, said the coming of the Regional Development Commissions marks a shift towards greater grassroots development. Shortly after the inauguration, a reception was organized to celebrate the new leadership of the Southeast Development Commission. In attendance were friends, family, top politicians from the Southeast region, top government officials, among others. In a speech, Chairman Southeast Development Commission, Emeka ENUGU, said the commission was poised to bring needed development and will not disappoint the people of the region.
I want to reassure you that we are going to be committed to our assignment in the commission. We are going to add something that
I believe is an experienced profession. Okay, so if I walk up to any of the hospital, could be private hospital, could be general hospital, and I felt the doctor attending to me is of age, I feel there should be an experience in him, okay, because it's something that he has done for several years, practiced for several years. With that, I'll be able to have confidence in them. Like now, I had a fracture on my leg. So when I walk up to, when I was amending my leg, and the younger doctor were coming around, but I wasn't having the confidence. But when the surgeon came in, I saw it's an elderly. I said, oh, for such an elderly person to be in this field, he would operate my leg with, you know, experience. And I had a very good confidence about that. So I think that is a good one.
It's a good idea because based on the unemployment I have, we have more youth that finishing their NYSC, there's no job, lack of employment, and the rest of it. If they increase the doctors, I am not going against it fully, but the thing is they need to look at the other generation that is coming. So if they increase their retirement age, what provision the government made for the upcoming doctor that is coming? So is there any job for them and all this we need to look at it?
Nice indeed. Nice. Because you know, one of these days I saw something in YouTube. A doctor want to undergo some operation like that, and he was watching a YouTube tutorial before he undergo that kind of a thing. You know, there are quite lots of these days. But if we can use that old brain, and if they have that that old knowledge that they can treat and get it right, I think it's better. It's better like that. I like it that way. You get me right? Yeah, it's okay. I'm in support in that. Very, very support. I have that full confidence that those old men will do better than the younger ones, because they are no longer studying. How can you go on YouTube before you undergo a process like that? So I'm in support of that.
president. In Abuja, Nasir Usman for Signature TV.
Welcome back. This is Signature Morning. It's a big Signature special because it's going to be all about Valentine's Day, even though with what I'm putting on, it doesn't look like it, but it's fine. We have with us Reverend Father George Ademike. He's a clergy. He's joining us on Zoom this morning. He will be talking on the significance of Valentine's celebration and people's perception. Good to have you, Reverend. Good morning. Happy Valentine's. Reverend Father George Ademike, can you hear me? Reverend George, if you can, so please just say hello to me, or better still, look at the mute button. If you can unmute your microphone.
Okay, hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Reverend
Hello.
Father George, I can hear you now. How do you do? Good morning.
I'm good. And you?
I'm fantastic. Happy St. Valentine's Day.
I wish you the same.
All right, so there's a whole lot that have been said about Valentine's, even with people going about celebrating it, not necessarily knowing what the meaning or the history that surrounds it. For you, can you give us an overview of what Valentine's is, what it should stand for, and going forward, what you think that people should be doing when it's a day like this?
So, St. Valentine's Day is a day of love. Every day is a day of love. But as human beings, we give significance, we give symbolism to particular things and days and the persons. So St. Valentine's Day, out of convention, has become a day set aside when people celebrate love, when people remember love, either because of what St. Valentine did or things that were associated with him. So it becomes for human beings, for people, Christians mainly, a day to celebrate the gift of love, that we are made to love. We are made in love, to be agents of love, to be embodiment of love. So today is a day set aside in a special way to celebrate the precious gift of love.
All right. You have a different perspective. I mean, if you speak to somebody who is not a clergy, I'm sure they will actually have a totally different kind of thinking or thoughts about Valentine's Day. What is the most significantly wrong perception of Valentine's you've ever heard or experienced in today's generation?
So when love is disconnected from meaning, from logic, then love becomes lost. Many young people see Valentine's celebration as a day when they explore their sexual proclivities. So they turn love into lust. So what is wrong is the lustful aspect of this celebration.